Hello, everybody. We are live. What's going on, everybody? Today is my birthday. Happy birthday to me. Happy Sunday to all you guys out there. Hope you guys are feeling good, feeling ready for the week, I guess. Ready for Halloween coming up this week. Got a couple of guests backstage here. We're gonna have John Vullo joining us tonight to help us discover some new things about Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, all this stuff. I mean, the guy is I think I mentioned to Grande. We were chatting on the Facebook Messenger yesterday, and I was like, "Oh, this dude's he's a fucking bloodhound when it comes to finding out shit about Romero." So I'm excited to hear from him and talk to him, get to know him a little better, and yeah, I hope all you guys are excited for that as well. Make sure coming in okay. But yeah, 36 years old today. Man, I feel every year of it. But you know, not had a pretty good birthday week, I would say. I did get my cake. So I'm not nobody's in danger of being killed around here. So that's a plus. Did get my cake. Had a little taco soup earlier, so I'm feeling okay. I'm feeling good to go. But I got an old buddy backstage. Apparently got me something pretty cool for my birthday. He wanted to present it on the show. So let's bring him in. Let's see what he's got. Let's see what he's got, everybody.
Hey,
Will, what's up, man? Welcome back,
dude. For sure.
How's your week been?
Week has been wild. It's been sort of like the end of the fiscal year, so it's kind of been a little bit of a whirlwind. So I've been busy with work, a lot of stuff going on.
You and your top secret government work. We won't talk about it too much, but
no.
Maybe a bit of a CIA agent or something here, but
you know, let me say, I can find you. That's why I was telling John about that True People search. Like, that's just one of my resources that I use. Trust me, if I need to find you, I'm going to find you.
Well, that's a little worrying, but I trust you. I don't think you would use it for evil. I think you would just use it.
Oh, no. Good. Yeah, for sure. Like I told you about how I found Galen Ross, you know?
Oh, yeah. Maybe you hook up with John. Help you guys team up on this stuff from here on out. Finding
I don't have the time to do all. I don't have the time to do all that. That takes dedication. Yeah. Even though I do have a project that I'm working on. I haven't told you about it just because it's in the planning stages. But I think I've mentioned to you before. So.
I don't know. Well, maybe we'll have to talk off air about that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
But yeah, so apparently you got me something pretty cool. You've had me in suspense for the past couple of weeks, and I'm curious.
Right. Well, the reason why I wanted to do it to why I wanted to do it today is because I don't know when I'll see you again. Because we both were busy, but I'm sure we'll find time. But I just when I get someone a present. I don't like keeping it a secret, and I'm just like, I gotta give it to him.
See, I'm like the opposite. I'll hang on to that until the very last second.
Right.
Like, I will not. Yeah. No, it's for Christmas. You're gonna wait until Christmas.
God, that is so nerve-wracking.
Well, it's I gave you your birthday gift. It was like a month after the fact. I was like, should I just tell him what it is? I was like, nah, I'm just gonna hang on to it until I can give it to him.
But yeah, so a couple weeks ago I went to Murray, was there, whatever. But so we me and a friend went to McKinsey, Tennessee. There was a big flea market there, and I think I think someone else will appreciate this because it was brought up not too long ago. But so we arrive at this antique mall, and it's humongous. It is the biggest antique mall that I think I've ever seen in my life. And so I'm walking through because we're looking for Star Trek stuff. So not going to find anything Dawn of the Dead related at flea market or at an antique store, but whatever. To make a long story short, so I go down this aisle, and lo and behold, I see, oh my God! So I decided I was like that. Like the first thing that came to mind was like, this is probably the perfect birthday gift for Michael. Like, because like I've been kind of struggling because I've seen your collection, but I don't remember it. I should have taken pictures, but
just taking photos like you're an
when I
insurance guy.
right, but when I saw this, I was like, I know he doesn't have it, and I think he would appreciate it. So I was talking to Brent, his name. Uh, I was like, would you think you like this? He was like, I don't know. I mean, just do it. I was like, okay, so I'm gonna do it. So I am presenting to you, which I also own this as well. It is an L.E. Smith Moon and Stars glass banana boat from Night of the Living Dead.
Oh. So you fucked with me because you sent me the picture of the red one. You're like, it's not the one from the...
Right, yeah. But there were two of them. There were two of them. And I was like, holy crap. I was like, I think I want to get Michael that. Just because I have one, and this is the same exact one that was used in the film. Well, not the same exact one, but the same color.
Hey, you never know. It might be. It might be.
Yeah, you never know.
You never know.
It could have ended up in McKinsey, Tennessee. This little shit little hole, shit of a town. But yeah, I thought that was pretty cool, and I was like, I think he would appreciate that. But
well, thank you, man. That's awesome. Yeah, when you sent me that picture, I was like, it's red, but shit, like I would have still got it, But there wasn't actually the one that was actually there. Is pretty awesome.
Yeah, because John Vullo was like, because I posted, and John Vullo was like, oh, did you buy that? I was like, no, because it was $40, and but I had already bought this.
Well, you did a good job concealing that. Yeah.
Yeah, like it took me a while. I was like, I'm just going to tell it to him on his channel. So happy birthday!
Thank you, man.
You had a great day.
I appreciate that. That's awesome. I don't know when I'll see you again, but hopefully soon.
Yeah, we'll figure it out for sure. I've got a lot going on, but.
Well, thank you, man. I really appreciate that. That's so cool. I didn't guess. Like at first when you sent me that picture, I was like, oh yeah, that's cool. It's like, why didn't he buy that though? Like I would if you'd have let me know, I would have told him to buy it. I'd paid him back.
Exactly. Okay, good. Okay, so good. You appreciate it,
yeah. That's pretty fucking awesome, man. Thank you.
That's a Paul Farber thing. I was like, yeah. I'm surprised he doesn't have one of these. I don't. He may. I don't know. But
I don't know. I don't remember seeing it in his collection. But
I think that Edison Labs guy has it. But I'm curious to see. I'm curious to meet him. So.
Yeah, apparently he was at Living Dead weekend back in June, but I kind of don't know what he looks like.
I don't either.
I see him posting all the time, but I guess I've ever really seen his face. But
right.
But that's awesome, man. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
For sure. Yeah. I hope you like it.
I do, man. I do. I like it a lot. That's really cool. Thank you. Thank you for coming on, man. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, for sure.
Brightening my birthday a little bit more.
There you go. I knew you'd appreciate it. So.
Well, have a good night, man. I know you got to get to bed. I know you work early in the morning. You usually get up, 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, something like that. 5:30 in the morning.
5:36. Yeah, it just depends. Yeah. But no, I'm gonna watch for a while, so I'll probably fall asleep to your channel.
Okay. Well, I hope
probably wake up at 11 o'clock and it's still going.
That's possible. It's happened before.
Right.
Well, all right, man. I hope our soothing sounds lull you into a nice comfort dream state, and you get a good night's rest. But thanks a lot, man. I appreciate it.
Really, stay scared. See ya, dude.
See you, man. All right. Well, that's pretty fucking awesome. Thanks a lot, Will. That's cool. Yeah, he sent me that picture. I knew he was in Murray. He sent me a picture. I guess there were two there, a red one and then the I guess it's like a tan yellow color, I guess, which is the one that they used in the actual film. But when he showed me the red one, he was like, did you get it? He's like, no. I was like, well, why not? Like, just get it. I'll take it. Hell, I mean, the movie's in black and white. You can't tell what fucking color it is anyway. But now, that's the actual one. That's pretty fucking awesome. Yeah, thanks a lot, man. I appreciate it. Now waiting backstage patiently here, we got the man himself, the man of the hour. I'm gonna bring him in here in just a second. I'll get to you guys' comments here in a second. And we'll say hello to everybody. We'll bring him on now. The man busy unearthing the undead with Image 10, Mr. John Vullo. What's going on, man? How are you?
Pretty good. That was a really cool gift, and happy birthday. I actually hate Facebook birthdays. I very, very rarely give them out because they feel so, like, I don't know, like superficial. So like I have to see the person in person. So you're here. So happy birthday. I can actually give
well, thank you, man. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way at Facebook. Like I rarely use Facebook for much of anything, like unless it's like the Dawn of the Dead page or the Living Dead Weekend page or something like that. Very rarely am I just like scrolling through seeing, because a lot of it, like back in the beginning of Facebook, like it was cool because it was just people like posting thoughts and stuff like that. Now it's just like a mishmash of God knows what. You never know what you're gonna stumble across on that fucking media page.
I try to keep my circle very tight. So I have actually because depending on how we talk about this, I can give you like the long versions of the story or the very short ones. But I have a pretty decent following on my band's YouTube channel for this guitar stuff that I do. So I have more pending friend requests from people than I actually have friends on Facebook from this thing, and it's like
what a celeb.
Yeah, but like I don't want to. I'd rather like not know you and like you than like actually now I know who you are and now I don't like you
and now I dislike you. Yeah.
So usually my thing is I have to talk to you in person. Like if I've talked to you in person or we have some sort of rapport, that's usually enough. But I will very rarely accept requests from people that I don't really know that well. Because again, I want to build some sort of relationship with them. I have like friends of mine that have, they're musicians. So I got a friend request everybody and have 5,000 friends. And then they're always getting into arguments with people. I'm like, well, that's what you did to yourself because you opened up this thing. Whereas I'm holding it to just people that I like to talk to and I know in person so I can see their posts and stuff like that.
And when in situations like that, because I've played in bands and stuff before, and you kind of get a feel for when people are just kind of adding as many people as possible just to promote their band or their show or whatnot, and it's just like I don't want to do any part of that. But yeah,
one of my friends is here, Mike the bassist, one of my actual in-person friends who's friends with me on Facebook.
Oh, there you go. Let me see here, Mike the bassist. What's going on, man? Thanks for hopping in. But yeah, thank you for coming on, man. I've talked about getting you on for quite a while. I think I was right. I know we're in the middle of doing the Unearthing the Undead series on Image 10, something you've been working on for quite a while. I know going all the way back to before Living Dead weekend of this year, because you were the one that discovered Sharon Carroll, brought her to the show for the first time. And and it's just kind of snowballed from there. And I know before we went on live, you said you still have 28 names?
Oh yeah, I think because we did about 4 so far, and I think I have maybe 28, 27 left. And there's still people that like I'm confident on. I just need to like get that little extra and then I can put them in there. So the list is constantly growing while this is going on. So I don't know when it's actually going to end, but it's gonna take a while. Going to be probably till April, maybe May, where we get to the end.
Well, I know I touched on this a little bit when I messaged you about coming on, and I said, well, I'll just wait until I get it. But I want to just say, like, I think what you're doing is really fucking cool and really impressive to people like me that are just like, I want to know everything there is to know about these films, and I know over the years, and it's crazy that you're finding all this information so quickly. So I kind of want to get into, your process, how you go about finding these people, because let's be honest, these there have been plenty of people over the last however long that are passionate about these films that you would think would have uncovered a lot of this before now, but here you come out. And
it's weird because I still feel like the new kid on the block. Like I guess maybe trying to prove myself in a way. So, all these people have known each other for so long, and then this dummy kid comes in here. I'm not a kid, but like this new kid on the block, and all of a sudden, I get put into these situations. So I guess like I'm also trying to respect that circle in a way. It's like, no, I have to like really know this kind of stuff if I'm hanging with these people. And I'm not talking about the night people. I'm talking about like the Chris Stravakises and, all the people, that are in that circle and been doing it for so long. I have to hold my weight and be like, oh, this kid got here just because he's a friend with someone that takes care of all that stuff. You know, part of it is proving myself, but also a lot of it is because I want to know, you know, because now it's like, now that switch has been clicked on, and when that switch gets clicked on, it's really hard to turn it off, especially for, you know, the people that are helping me, because I'm always annoying them. Like I was saying, there's this one person.
Russ Striner keeps bringing your name up. It's like, oh yeah, I'm sure John's going to ask about that. Yeah.
There's one person that I've been waiting to ID, and I've been asking Jim for almost 3 months now for this photo, because I feel like it's the only good shot of this ghoul, and if I can show it to the daughter, and she goes, "Yep, that's him," then I'm in. I've done everything else.
Right.
But I like and he's busy, but I'm just like, Jim, can I get that photo? Jim, can I get that photo? Because it's like going to take me 2 seconds to do all this. I've already done all the work. I need something from them.
Just
and that's
that last
I'm
little
always
piece.
annoying them, like, you know, I need these photos. I need this. I need that. You know, and I have to wait for them.
Well, you call yourself kind of the new kid on the block, but you've been a fan of this stuff for a long time, right?
Oh yeah, I first saw Dawn of the Dead in like 1996, which, you know, like compared to most people, you know, wasn't that long ago. But you know, for me, it's been almost 30 years, and I was instantly a fan of the film. I remember actually when I first watched it, my father called from work and I said, I just saw the coolest movie ever. And I don't have that memory for like any other movies that I saw, but then I just started, seeing all of them. But for whatever reason, Dawn just sort of stuck with me. And I was always aware of like the new releases and stuff, but I was never like in the fandom. So I didn't like, I would go to Norm's homepage, not homepage, Zombie Farm. That was my go-to, and I would learn all that stuff there, and I love that kind of stuff. But I was very insular, where I didn't connect with like the fan base. I didn't go to any of the conventions, which I've never cared about autographs, never cared about a lot of that stuff. This was my movie that I loved, and I wanted to learn everything about. And I'm upset now that I missed out on so much. So this is my like penance for it in a way, like my sort of contribution for all that time that I missed. But I was always there, anytime like the Ultimate Edition, when it came out, I bought it the day of. I was lucky that when I first saw the movie, Anchor Bay put out the theatrical cut in late 96. Yeah. And then like 2 or 3 months later, they put out the 2 tape set. And I got that. So from that point on, anytime there was a new release, I had to get it. Oh, now it's on DVD. Okay, now it's on Blu-ray. Now it's on all that kind of stuff. So it's been with me for that long. I've just been like, everyone was here, and I'm, here.
Yeah, it sounds very similar to me in my situation, because I was like you. Like, I've wanted to learn everything I could learn about these movies for years and years and years. Watched them, all of them over, and but it was just kind of me. Like, I didn't really reach out, and like you said, into like the Romero fandom groups and stuff. Like, I had never been to Pittsburgh. I had never gone to like a Living Dead weekend or anything until 2021. It's the first year I actually went. And then when you go, as like you said, there's like all the Romero fans and stuff that you grew up knowing, that have worked to uncover all this stuff years previous. You see like a Matt Blasey, or you see, Larry, you see Lawrence DeVincent, you see all these people, and you're like, oh, I've seen he used to do the WGON radio, and you see all these people, and you're like, wow, okay, like I'm amongst all these people now. And so it really wasn't until I started doing this channel that like I kind of put myself out there to just be like, hey, I like this stuff too. And then, you just start forging friendships and relationships with other people. And it's like, oh, I feel like I've just been hiding in a cave for all these years, but, I'm finally breaking out. So it sounds like we are pretty much experienced the same trajectory, I guess, in terms of our Romero fandom.
And I actually went to the mall in 2006. I went by myself. I met a friend of mine, a female friend of mine who lived in the area. Said, oh, I could sort of kill two birds with one stone. So like I walked around the mall. I remember how small it was. That was surprising because I thought it was going to be so much. But I parked right underneath the 30. I was like, oh, this is made to be. And I took the St. Is it the St. James? Just the James Street extension, going down, and it was like the gates of heaven opening up. Driving down there, I was like
going down that hill where the bikers come down. Yeah,
I was like, I can't believe it. I'm actually here. So I walked around the mall. I walked around in Penny's for 20 minutes. I had the worst Chinese food in my life there. I was rotten, and that was it. And I actually wanted to go see the airport, and I forgot because it was only 10 minutes north from where I was. So I completely forgot about it. And so, I was there then. But again, it was something that I held to myself. I didn't really, go on forums or even when I got Facebook, I didn't go to oh, now I have to like all the Dawn of the Dead pages and stuff like that. And all that stuff happened later. So, I'll get into that if that comes up, because it's actually a really interesting way I got into what I'm doing now. My issue was always I never wanted to just interject myself into conversations or talk, just be like, hey, I want to talk about this stuff too. I don't know how to go about it. So I always just was kind of on the outside. I was like, oh yeah, I'll just, keep, but yeah, the big thing about this channel, I just love Romero fandom. I love talking to guys like you and Will and Paul and Larry and Matt and all those guys. I just find it really fascinating for me personally, because I always felt alone. I was always just oh, it's my thing. I've always had friends and stuff. I've always kind of like you, played in bands and, I've been around that scene and stuff. And you'd run into some people that are like, oh yeah, I've seen Night of the Living Dead, or I've seen Dawn of the Dead, but nobody was really into it like I was. So it's just interesting to me to find all these like-minded people from all over the world, all walks of life, that are just as passionate and love this stuff as much as I do. So that's really what I'm super interested in. Yeah, and it's good. It's oh, I'm actually with my people, for so long. I've loved this movie, but I had no one to really talk to about it. I would just watch it a bajillion times, and try to learn a little bit from it. Because, anytime you love something, you want to kind of learn a little bit more of it. So I was watching it, looking for bloopers. I remember, the one where they always show J.C. Penney's when they're pulling the zombie into Penny's, and you can see they say it's Galen. I'm not sure if it's Galen, but someone sitting in the green wheelbarrow. I remember finding that in 2000, on tape, and just oh, can I find any bloopers that no one else has found? And,
it got to a point for me where I couldn't watch the movie without doing that, trying to find something new, trying to find a reflection and being oh wait, is that yeah, I found that. I couldn't watch it as a movie anymore, or take it in as a narrative story or anything like that. I was just trying to find new things about it. Which is the great thing about open mat releases, when Italy did the zombie box set, the 4K box set, and you saw the open mat version of that. And
that reminds me, because the last time I watched it, you can actually see in the Italian open mat version. I was going to screenshot it. The storefront for Your Father's Mustache.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was going to post about that. It's in the scene where it's only in the Italian cut when the bikes are going through the biker entrance, and the zombies are on the truck, and there's that one sort of wider shot, and there's one that's on top of it. You can see both levels, and you can see in the background, you can actually see the storefront where it says Your Father's Mustache.
Well, I'll have to look for that next time. I was just watching it. Just watching it again yesterday, because my daughter she's becoming obsessed with Dawn of the Dead now. She just I want to watch zombies, and I'm all right, I know what she wants to watch. I think I tried to get her to watch Night of the Living Dead the other night, and the first 15 minutes got her, when Barbara's being chased and all that. But when they got kind of talky, she kind of lost interest. But Dawn of the Dead, she's keeps her pretty interested throughout. So let me check here in the chat real quick. Matt Landrum, what's up, man? Stopping in to say hello and happy birthday. Thank you very much, sir. Have to catch the rest of the morning. Have a great show. I appreciate you stopping in, man. Appreciate you wishing me a happy birthday. Spiral Bong, what's up, man? Happy birthday. Bonnie Bailey, how are you tonight? My man Synth Addict, hey Romero and all, happy birthday. I'm looking forward to John's stuff. So we got a hey Matt. Kirk Redgate's in the house. What's up, Kirk? Happy birthday. It's 1:15, but I thought I'd tune in for a little bit. I appreciate it, man. You're over in the UK, across the pond, as they say. Stukas, what's up, man? Stukas Dive in the house. Thank you very much, sir. Since saying Facebook is mostly a cesspool, Twitter is worse. I agree. Twitter is much worse. I used to have a Twitter. I used to get on there and look, and like now it's just like you'll be just looking through and you'll be like, all right, is there anything good? And it's just like people just shit talking somebody, or then you cover now and then you come across like, here's a video of somebody dying, and I'm like, I don't want to see this. Like, what is this?
Or mine's mostly wrestling stuff.
Wrestling
stuff, and even that I'm getting fed up with.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I've been like a wrestling fan since I was a kid, probably like 94. I think the first wrestling show I ever saw was the Royal Rumble 94, and that just sold me as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really watch it too much anymore, but I do follow it, like the backstage stuff. I like listening to different podcasts and stuff like that. I'm more interested in that aspect than most anything that's going on in any of the shows anymore.
I agree.
Mike the Bassist, thanks for stopping in, man. Since saying true, Facebook is useful for special interest groups like music and film stuff, but it's best not to know too much about some people. Yeah, that's true too, especially like just people that, and there are a few that come to mind. I won't name any names, but people that just cannot shut up about politics. Left, right, center, up, down. I don't give a shit what you believe, where you stand. Like, it's just not that big of a deal. Like, let it go. Like, have your beliefs and move on, I guess. I don't know. But I'm just tired of seeing that shit. And since then, I recently watched a Dawn reaction vid from a big Night fan, and she just didn't get the goodness of Dawn and rated it very low. Okay, that's interesting.
I hate reaction videos. I think they're the lowest form of content on the planet.
Yeah, I'll fall into something like with Synth. Like if somebody's watching Dawn of the Dead or something for the first time, like I'll watch just to get a new perspective from somebody who doesn't know. But a lot of the time it is just a lot of just nonsense. Like it's just like, oh wow, look at that shirt or something. It's just like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
They're just saying things to say things, basically, which is part of the reason like I do watch alongs and stuff sometimes, and I try to, it's mostly just watching the movie and then interacting with the chat and maybe talking about certain scenes and stuff. But like it's stressful sometimes. I'm just watching it and I'll just be watching it. It's just like quiet. I'm like, well, inside I'm like, do I need to say something? And then I just end up just making random comments just for the sake of making them. So it's like I'm still trying to find that balance there. So I'm not just
different. Those aren't like reaction videos when it's purposely like someone's watching something, like a classical composer reacts to, Tool song.
Yeah, I've seen those too. Like, yeah.
Who cares? Like, unless you're.
Although some of them are funny though. Like some of them are funny. Like if it's like if you come across like like a hip hop fan or something like that, and they're listening to Slayer for the first time or something, and they're just like, oh, okay, I kind of like this, okay, and it's just like, all right, that's kind of funny, but
because then the personality shows through, but not everybody has a personality.
That's true. Yes, that's true. Or at least not everybody knows how to externalize their personality sometimes. Thank you, Mike the Bassist. I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, for the birthday wishes. But with all new guests, as we always do, 10 questions for John Vullo.
I forgot. Okay.
I just think this is a good way to introduce and kind of get a feel for your overall thoughts and ideas about this stuff. No,
I think it's a really good idea.
It's really basic. It's basic. It's like 10 questions. It's like everybody does that shit, but it is what it is. That's what we got.
All right, hit me.
All right, number 1, favorite Romero film.
Dawn of the Dead.
Easy. So
I always have to apologize to the Night people. I go, Night's a really, really close second, but it's Dawn.
I was gonna say, like, how close is Night and Dawn to you? Because I know we've had this discussion before. We both love Night of the Living Dead, but Dawn is just our love. Like that's
it's like a 10 to like a 9.7.
Yeah, it's close. Yeah. So yeah, okay. Don, favorite. What's the best Romero film?
I think if you're a Romero fan, like a real Romero fan, it's Knight Riders.
Okay.
I don't think it's like his best, but like to me, I think it really embodies Romero. I actually had a guitar student, and I was talking to him about it, and he's like, I kind of want to watch it. I was like, first of all, like this is just my opinion from knowing like Romero stuff, because it's what I think of it as Romero is like it's a very weird concept that's actually very deep, and there's a lot of action, there's a lot going on. But if you're just a casual person, it's like, why do I care about these motorcycle people? Like, you know what I mean? There's nothing there to grab them.
Yeah, I mean it's. I don't know. Like if you're just watching it, I think for a normal person just watching it as a movie, if it's just like, oh, there's a movie called Knight Riders, I think they might enjoy it more than your typical horror fan who's watching it because it's a Romero film. I think because it's not a horror film, you know.
Yeah, but this, like, once you know about, like, you know, it's George's. I mean, it's not 1-to-1 that, you know, King Billy is George, but once you start to see the subtext in there, and I just love the ending. Donald Rubinstein's, you know, I'd rather be a wanderer. It's just one of the best pieces of music in any Romero film, and just the ending. It's just perfect to me, and I like the music. And the only thing I don't like about it is it could be a little bit shorter, but to me, it just, when I think of Romero, that's him, just his ideas unleashed before it really got started to, you know, get compacted.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, in my opinion, I think that's, in terms of his best films and just as in terms of a film, I mean, Knight Riders is definitely up there for me too. Like sometimes when I watch it, I'm like, man, this is pretty goddamn perfect in a lot of ways.
I avoided it for so long, and I was talking to Mike Gornick about it, and he kind of said, like, one of the reasons like why I was avoiding it, it's like one of the problems they had with it is because, like, I had a preconceived notion that it was some like post-apocalyptic thing where they reverted back to, you know, the Knights of the Round, but now they have, you know, I didn't have an idea of what it was supposed to be. And I usually really don't like medieval themed stuff.
Yeah, I don't either.
Once I learned that it was like Romero's kind of story, his, like, how he felt about, I guess, the movie business, and then just seeing so many people from, you know, there's some people in there from Night, there's people in there from the Crazies, you know, Martin. It's like it's a huge Romero like get together, and you're just hanging out with all of your friends, and it's fun seeing, like, oh, there's Captain Rhodes, but now he's like talking to, you know, you know, Scott, and it's just, you know, like it's weird, but
it really is just like, it feels like one big Romero family reunion or something. Like, it's just all these people from over the years, like, you know, like you said, like people from all the way back from Night, the Crazies, and just all these people in one movie. Like, for a Romero fan like me, like when I first saw it, like that was one of the biggest endearing parts about it to me.
Yeah,
because like I loved all those. And Knight Riders, I think the last Romero film that I watched, just because it was always like, oh, it's, you know, it's this movie Romero made, and really didn't get a lot of buzz back in the day, like when I first saw it. But when you're watching it and it's like, oh, look, there's Peter, oh man, and Tom Savini's fucking crying. Why is Tom crying? Why is Tom crying? Like, so much was just mind blowing to me. And then at the center of it all is Ed Harris, who's like this great actor who's like I grew up with. Like, I always knew the name Ed Harris ever since I was a kid, because he was in one of my favorite movies when I was a kid called Milk Money. You remember that movie?
Never heard of it.
It's okay. So when I was a kid, it's literally a movie about these kids that gather their milk money together to pay a prostitute for her to show them her tits or sleep with that. They maybe, I mean, these were like little kids.
Okay.
You're not gonna see this in too many movies now, but Ed Harris plays one of the fathers in it that falls in love with the prostitute or something. It's a fucking weird movie, but I used to watch it all the time when I was a kid. It came out in like 95-ish or something like that. Or maybe a little earlier than that, actually. It's been a long time since I've seen it, but But yeah, anyway, love night. And for a wrestling fan too, if you ever watch it, watch it in the context, like think of it as, because it also works if you think of it as a story about the territory days. Like I've always thought about that, like just the way that they would travel, they'd set up. You had the Stephen King character sitting there, just talking like, oh, it's all fake, it's all phony. They got the blood bags in the back of their mouth and all that stuff. It's like I kind of felt like George had, because George did, of course, the Bruno Sammartino documentary some years before. So I think George has always kind of had an appreciation for the art of the work when it comes to wrestling, I think.
And I wanted to actually talk to Christine about that, because it was like he did the Iron City Ass Kickers, Creep Show. They're watching, WWF. So I wonder if George was a very casual fan, like someone, like if it just happened to be on, maybe he'd watch it. What
there was there were a lot of ties and this is a stream that I'm actually brainstorming for in the future, is Romero's ties to pro wrestling. But I mean, you think Bill Cardille was the voice of the Pittsburgh territory, the Pittsburgh wrestling scene. They were all friends with Bruno. George did the Bruno documentary, and there's just a lot of little hints there. I don't know if George was like the biggest fan, but I think there was something to that where he kind of appreciated what they did in a weird way, because that documentary. Have you seen the Bruno Sammartino Winners documentary?
Yeah, I haven't watched the whole thing, but I do have it. Yeah.
I watched it for the first time not too long ago. There's actually, I think Eric Kent actually has it up on his YouTube channel.
I got it. Yeah.
So I watched it for the first time, and I watched the whole thing. And the thing that really stood out about that documentary is that it's really a documentary about kayfabe and how which for people that aren't wrestling fans, kayfabe is basically protecting the business, not letting everybody know that it's fake, that's predetermined or whatever. It's an interesting study on that, because at that time, like all the interviews and stuff that they did, there's an interview with Vince Senior in it.
It's crazy, because you never see him talk.
Yeah, it's one of the very few times that I've ever seen him, like video of him. But yeah, just the way that they would talk about the business, the way that they would explain things, like they never broke kayfabe. And I think George, maybe something about that George really appreciated. Like there's a carny aspect to it that I think George may have appreciated. And
that art was all lost. It's all gone now.
Yeah. Let's see. All right, so question 3: least favorite Romero film. This will be fun.
Diary of the Dead.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah.
Why Diary? Because I mean, a lot of people will go back working that or Survival a lot of the times.
It was better the second time I watched it. It was just something about it. Also, I really hate just the look of movies that were made around that time. There's like a certain way that they look. I think the story is really strong, and it's something that like it would be good if somebody revisited. Because the story still holds up, like this the subtext of the film, but I just think, and as I remember commenting on one of your videos, because I think you nailed it, and George had said this, like for Night, he tried to not make the subtext like screaming in your face, and he's like, well, because if you look at his early output, he was making movies, pretty often. So there's a little bit, you start to like when I saw Dawn of the Dead, I didn't know about the consumerism aspect. It's just, wow, this is the coolest movie I ever saw. Like, wow, oh, that's really smart. But I think as time went on and George had less and less opportunity to make films, that the subtext of the film or what he was trying to say took way more precedent than the actual filmmaking part of it. And I think there's something that's kind of lost where it was like, I don't care if the acting is that bad or whatever. As long as you understood what I was trying to say, that was all important. Like for each movie that he did, it was like, oh, I don't know when I'm going to get this opportunity again. I have to let people know what I think. And I think the movie overall suffers for it. When I think of Survival, it's like, and I thought Survival was fine because like, I just think of it as a zombie Western with two groups of people that have different perspectives that can't get along. That always works. But I don't remember anything that was just as like, difficult to really like get lost in like I did with Diary. And I mean, like with Vanilla, you can see George's his style. Also, it's like, some of the Night people are in there. So like it's of that era that I can sort of see past and say they just tried to make a fun movie. And, the story with that was, they were trying to fill up an idea that they couldn't really fill out, and George really wanted control of the film and everyone wanted to help out. And, so like the movie failed for a number of reasons, but at least there's something there that doesn't make me just hate it or just not like really interested in it. But for Diary though, it was just like,
it is a little in your face. Yeah. And I totally get what you're saying. I kind of agree with that. And I kind of feel like that's what people just associate with George, is that George was just a message filmmaker. Like it didn't matter anything else. He was just going to get his message across. And I kind of feel like, I don't know what your thoughts are on this, but you feel free to share them if you want. But the Queens of the Dead thing that Tina Romero's doing, like, it may be good, it may be bad. I don't know. As long, all I care about is if it's a good movie. But I just hope, because I know when I hear people say like, oh, she's carrying on George's legacy of being socially conscious horror, or that type of shit. It's like, okay, that's great, but as long as that's like under the surface, and on top of that is a good film, like that's how it works. It can't be the other way around. It can't be a bad movie with that's just beating you over the head with ideas and perspective and shit like that.
Yeah, you have to draw people in for the actual movie to watch it, and then get them to go, oh, you know what? If you like with Night Riders, I watched it and said, oh yeah, that's pretty good. But then once somebody said, well, I think it was Jim that said, you have to think of it as Ed Harris as the George character. I watched it again, and all of a sudden, like, the entire movie changed, and then I ended up liking it so much more. Yeah, but it wasn't that obvious in the beginning. So no, I with the Queens of the Dead, and for me, I'm not going to poo on it until I see it. Will I ever see it? I might not. But again, I really hate the look of these like digital movies. There's like something about it that just turns me off.
There's something different when you can tell when something's shot on film, when something's shot just on digital, and it's different. Sometimes they do a pretty good job of like trying to make it look like it was shot on film, like the movie X that Ty West did. Those type of movies, they try to give it that gritty shot on film look, but I don't know. And I think it's also the thing too, is like when you go see these movies in a theater, it's just digital projection, and you don't see the cracks and the shit in the film. Like I miss that. It wasn't that long ago that was just the norm. But
if it's good, I'll give it a shot. But I'm not. I feel bad saying it because it's George's like within his in a circle. Yeah, that's why I don't want to poo on it. But I'll have to see.
I'll give it a shot. I'll give it a shot. That, and I also saw a video the other day. I can't remember where I saw it, but of Brad Anderson talking about they're still planning on doing the Twilight of the Dead film that he's set to direct. So I don't know what the status of that is, but I'll keep an open mind, as open as I can be, until somebody gives me a reason not to. Basically, until I start. If there's something like the trailer or something, I'm just like, But right now, I'll keep an open mind, because what the hell, Let me see. Synthaxe, find some Jim reactions, but most are a waste of time. The uninformed public at large, especially when it's something you love, and you're just like, you're pulling your hair out. Like somebody says something, you're just like, no, that's not right at all. Like, why are you doing that?
I just don't find their opinions interesting, because they, like if it was, like I said, Bach was, reacting to Meshuggah or something, I said, okay, now I'm really interested. But if it's some random person, I don't. There's nothing invested in for me to care about what you think about it.
Yeah, I agree. Robert, what's up, man? Robert Harpus II. Hello, everyone. Unfortunately, I cannot watch live tonight because I am working, but I plan on watching it tomorrow. Have a good night. Well, thanks a lot, man. I appreciate you stopping in, as always, my brother. Kirk Redgate says, it's funny how we all have similar experiences discovering George. I first watched Night in 1998, and I was obsessed. Then Dawn blew my mind. Did you see Dawn first or Night?
I saw clips of Night first, because my first favorite Halloween movie was Halloween, and then I saw Halloween 2, and then had clips of Night in it, and then I saw Dawn. I didn't see Night first. I saw Dawn. I said, okay, now this is my favorite movie, and then I saw Night afterwards. So I was already like a little familiar with it. But again, I watched it and went, hey, this is pretty cool. Like, there's nothing about it that, like, because I'm 13 at the time. Watching this black and white film, you would think you would just like lose. I also was a Mystery Science Theater fan, so I was I still
kind of used to it. Yeah.
Yeah. And I was arguing with Kyra about this because I had texted her about The Creeping Terror. I said, have you ever seen this? And she goes, no, I never saw it. I'm going to watch it right now. It's like, I didn't expect you to just drop everything and just kind of watch it. And she was, laughing how bad it was. But I was telling her, like, this is why Mystery Science Theater is good because, when you were 9, you had Chiller Theater. Mm-hmm. When I was, 10 and 11, where else am I going to watch The Crawling Eye? I'm going to be able to see it from there. And I kind of, got used to that kind of movie. So I said, it's not all bad.
Yeah. I actually saw the first one I saw was the Night remake, the Savini remake.
You talked about that. Yeah,
that was the first zombie film. What I don't know if you've ever talked about it. Are you a fan of Savini's Night of the Living Dead at all?
Yes and no. Like, Jim is not a fan, and he always ends up making a really good point that I'm like, oh yeah, okay. And it's funny because a lot of times when I watch these movies, I've watched them for so long. Actually, it's funny. There's very few films that I remember watching for the first time. Dawn was one, and Night 90 was one because I stayed up really late at night. It was on, I think, Joe Bob, the Monster Vision, and the ending happens, and then they play the ending credit music, and I remember with the stills and everything, and it really freaked me out. I don't know why. It just really like unsettled me. And it just stuck with me. And then years later, when I listen to it, I'm laughing because the guitar part is so cheesy. Like, it's a cheesy electric guitar sound. It's not a real guitar sound. It's like, how could I be? I think the song is really good, the instrumental, but like the actual sample is not high quality. But it always like unsettled me, and I didn't hate it. And I think it's solid. It's a solid film, but I sometimes see them as how they are, but they don't affect me in like a logical way because I just know what things are supposed to follow. Like, okay, this happens and this happens, and I ignore some plot holes. So like I showed it to my same student that was watching Knight Riders, and because I always talk about Night. He goes, okay, I'm going to watch it. We had a great discussion about it, and then I told him, well, he didn't like Barbara's character because of how weak she was, even though I didn't think she was that weak. It was a normal reaction, and she got her strength.
Yeah. I've always been more a fan of Judith O'Dea's interpretation of that character too.
So I said to him, well, watch the Night 90 and tell me what you think. So he watches it, and he goes, well, one of the things I didn't like was, and this never dawned on me because I just like I said, I think of the movies in like a different way. I just like know what scene follows what scene instead of like why things are sort of the dog, why sort of work together. And he goes, well, you watch Night, and you open up that door, and within 10 feet you have this wall of black, and you have the ghouls walking out. And he says in the Night 90 version, everything's lit, and you can see where they all are. And I went, I never thought of that, because I just know how the movie goes. But it's like, yes, that makes Night so much scary because you don't know like how many there are or where they're coming. But if you can see that they're, there's only 7 of them, yeah, of course you can just run past them, So he brought up that really good point. So it's when I start to learn a little bit more and more about that stuff, it diminishes the film a little bit. But I think Tony Todd's performance was so great because it would be like, okay, we're going to remake The Godfather. And now you have to play, you have to play The Godfather. You have to be, Vito Corleone. It's like, how do you try to, and I've always said that Night of the Living Dead is almost like the Godfather of horror movies. You have this like iconic performance, and now you got to you have to knock it out of the park just for it to be passable. You know what I mean? Anything below that.
Yeah, it's a tall task. Like Patty Tallman, like it was kind of okay for her because the character was so different than the character in the original. But yeah, I mean, Tony Todd really did knock it out of the park, like doing the Ben character, and he's just a great actor in general, which is why he's had the career that he's had. Yeah. So
he was very sympathetic to Barbara, but at the same time he was really angry. So it was like, you can see that he's very gentle, which was different from Dwayne Jones's performance, where he was more like just more clear thinking. He wasn't very emotional. He's like, no, we have to do this. I don't think he just, Harry just got on his nerves. But he was more level with his emotion instead of like, I mean, he was gentle to Barbara, but he wasn't like at times crying, and then at times he's like, seethingly mad, but it still worked for that version. So my 2 cents. And people poo on the music, and I don't think it's that bad. It's a I mean, I feel bad saying these things.
Not my favorite. It's not my favorite. There are aspects. Paul McCullough doing it is pretty cool.
Well, out of all of his films, it's the best one. And to be honest, when I heard the Temp soundtrack, I wasn't that impressed to begin with. I know Tom Dubinsky. If you see him in June, ask him about that. Ask him about Paul McCullough's music, and because he edited night, he was saying something like, "Oh, I think this will work here," and Paul's like, "I'm going to go with jazz." And Dubinsky's like, I don't think that's going to work. So I think at times he said he like really lowered the music at certain points of it because it just maybe didn't work that well.
Yeah, I guess I never realized I had such an issue with that score until I got it on vinyl. Like they did that vinyl release. I can't remember who did it, but it's got the cemetery zombie on the cover. And then I started listening to it, and I was just like, there's bits of this music that's just not good. And the last bit of music you talk about with the guitar part and all that stuff, like it's just so, I don't know, just so out there to me. Like it just doesn't fit the vibe of the music. Like I said, there are parts that are good, but
I think a lot of it has to do with the quality of the samples that he used. And I know Synth probably knows a lot of the things. I think it's a tone. Is it a TG33? I forgot whatever he used on it, but like some of those samples probably needed some tweaking, and he just left them for the stock as is. And the harmony of it, I think, is fine. I was like, whatever thing that is, like it sort of fits because it's just very unnerving and unsettling.
Yeah, I like.
But the quality of some of the like string sounds in certain places, or like the electric guitar, because it's all done in keyboard. It's like, well, that sounds fake. You could probably gotten a real guitar player to like do that. Or the same thing at the end. I like the harmonic. It's really cool. But the sound of the keyboard for electric guitar is just very poor. Yeah. And I think if it was redone, people might open up to it more. That's just my 2 cents. I mean, I still prefer the 68 version, but I don't think it's as bad as people say. And compared to other Paul McCullough music, it's head and shoulders better than anything else. But that's like, as Jim Cornette would say, being the nicest guy in prison.
Lugan Bull Studios, what's up, man? VX Gas Escorts. I don't know if you're promoting a business or what's going on here, but glad you stopped in, man. Thank you.
I'll look into it.
I don't know where that's located, but we'll find it. Since I liked Night Riders before I knew who Romero was, of course, I saw it first run in the theater. Was just about too young to see Dawn first run. You may be the only person I know that saw Night Riders first run in the theater, because I don't think anybody saw it when it first came out.
Cool.
Kirk said Night Riders is one of my favorite Romero films for sure. Mine too. Since anyway, pro wrestling is hey, I hate to spoil it for you, man, but it's I don't like the F word, but it is predetermined.
Who you, Matt Bourne?
Yeah.
Trust me, I know my wrestling.
Kevin Nash. Fuck Kevin Nash. He used the F word.
Things that I love, I know a lot about, and wrestling is one of them.
Me too. I'll have to get you on for a wrestling show then.
All right.
We'll just talk wrestling shit. Kayfabe was a carny word. Yeah, it was. Let's see. Since they have the why do they come here, part of Dawn was nodding toward what was mostly subtext. Consumerism has been important for a long time. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's a nod to the subtext. It's not like, I think it would be weird if they were really just too overt about it. I think that would have kind of spoiled it a little bit. Like if Peter was like, oh yeah, they come here because they remember shopping and they're obsessed with consuming and all. If it was that on the surface as it became over time in some of George's later stuff, I don't think it would have worked as well.
They did shoot, them, once they finally secured the mall, they're all really happy being in there and, taking all the candy and, manja. But then, even though it's cut out of the US version, it's only in the cans cut, is them now being bored of being at the mall and watering the plants and, another thing.
Yeah.
So like that's in there. It was there purposely. George just removed, and also like the bikers, grabbing jewelry and like, the guy grabbing the TV. What are you gonna do with that? I don't know. Like,
yeah, it's just a bunch. They're just grabbing stuff just to grab it. Like they have no use for it. They're not gonna need it. It's just let's just get as much as we can. Yeah, that's good shit. Justin, what's up, man? JLC Bowling in the house. Story was great in Diary. I just can't get behind found footage type of movies. Yeah, I think the biggest thing about Diary to me is George's idea that, because it was ahead of its time, the idea that like, oh, we're all going to film before we do anything else. We got to capture it, because if it doesn't happen on camera, it didn't happen in real life. That whole type of thing, and that's exactly where we're at today. I just don't know if George was as comfortable or as knowledgeable maybe as he should have been about shooting a film that style. I think there were a few things that were a little wonky that I don't know, maybe could have been better done with a different filmmaker, maybe, or something like that. But George, the idea was there. I just don't know if the execution was quite there the way it should have been.
And I think the acting was the worst in any of those films. And like the one thing I remember distinctly, and I watched it again, and it wasn't as bad as I thought, but it was still pretty bad, was like, if you set the zombie apocalypse the day, your film starts the day that it happens, you need to have a cornucopia of emotions of people, where they're like some people that are okay, some people that are really freaking out, but everyone should be like sad or freaking out of, what's going on. And, within they film the movie, and then all of a sudden this thing happens, and then the girl that's driving the bus kills the guy, then they stop off, and then she kills herself. And like, no one seems upset about it. They're just like, oh my God, our really good friend just died. Well, we should probably get out of here. And I was just like, no, that's not the right. And that always stuck with me, where it was like, someone should have been like, oh my God, but they were just like, oh, just time. In like Dawn, you can get away with that because it's, a month later or in day.
It's kind of been happening. Yeah. But it's like Night of the Living Dead, perfect example. It's like everybody in the house is reacting a different way. Like Barbara, she's comatose or whatever. Like,
and Harry is completely like he's
unhinged.
He's totally nervous. That's why he's trying to put on a brave face, but then once something happens, he becomes a coward. And there would be some people that would be like that, like leaving Ben to die. Like, oh, he's gone. I'm not going to even try to bother to help. The only reason why he helped him is he kicked the door down. Yeah,
the one character in Diary that always like epitomized that for me was the I can't think of her name, but the female character that's like, I'm from Texas and don't mess with Texas, y'all. And it's just like, all this is going on around you, and you're just like, you're still as bubbly and stupid as always. Like you're reacting to nothing. Like you're just like, oh yeah. I don't know.
But I think
I get what you're saying. I wholly agree.
That might have been of like a director thing, maybe their performance would have been better if they were directed to be a certain way. So that could just laid on George and not their ability.
Yeah, I definitely think there's some of that too. Since saying found footage plus some bad acting and forced dialogue equals a mess. Unfortunately, early digital can be rough. Red cams made a huge difference later. Yeah, I agree. Synth with a little MST 3K love. Oh, there was like a summer there where I was obsessed, like in my early 20s, where that's all I watched, because I found them all on YouTube, and I was just like one after the other, just stuck on it. Since then, Night 90 score is awful. The worst Rompler keyboard sounds of the day, like guitars and gratuitous Roland D50, etc. Poorly played.
Rompler is like you're using a read-only memory ROM, and it's got a sample on it. Oh, okay. If you know. Oh, did you play? What did you play when you were in your band stuff? Guitar, keyboards?
Guitar. I've done guitar, drums, vocals, bass. But like I've told Synth, like when it comes to like keyboards or synths or anything like that, I have no dick all about it. Like I've never been able to learn piano or anything like that, and I've tried.
I know a little bit because I got that thing. Does Synth know what that is?
You can see it. Here, let me
tell me what that is. Oh.
Let me solo you, and we can get a better. Okay. There we go.
Yeah, let's see if Synth can tell me what that is.
I can't tell you. I don't know what the hell that is.
It's a very unique looking instrument. So like, there's nothing about, you won't get it confused with anything else. So having to use that is where I'd have to learn about keyboard sounds and stuff. And I was trying to find the sounds that were used for Night 90 because I thought, oh, it'd be funny if I could play the guitar part on it. But because it's a Rompler, it's hard to like sample it and use it. So I gave up relatively quickly.
It says Tony Todd starting kicking ass in the 80s as a Klingon in Star Trek Next Generation. Didn't know that. I'm not a big Star Trek fan. Will would probably be more apt to talk Star Trek with you, Synth, than I would be. Sample quality matters, but performance is also huge. Guitarists really appreciate the performance aspect and the tone, of course. There you go. Oliver656, what's up, man? Hey, yo, he says. Good to see you in here, sir. Since Diary became a zombie road trip movie, keep moving, no time for extra sadness for loss of friends. Yeah, that's kind of what it became. Let's see, Kirk saying the acting and dialogue's pretty cringe in Diary. So everybody's pretty much on the same page with that, I think. That's kind of its biggest biggest downfall.
And George actually gives a date, and I think it's October 24th. Is like the day that it starts in his universe.
Oh, yeah, that sounds familiar. I think that's right. It's been a while since I've seen Diary. I think I've probably watched Survival more recently than I've watched Diary. Synthaxe.
There it is.
There you go. Appreciating the old syntax there. So
yeah, they're very rare, and that has to do with how I got.
So what's the difference between a syntax and a keytar?
A keytar uses keys. A syntax is actually like a guitar that has strings on it, and it has a separate set of strings, and it also has keys on it. So and it's 100% MIDI. So you have to use it through a keyboard. But the whole idea is the reason why the syntax was designed is because it was designed in the late 70s. A guitar player wanted to make keyboards like more expressive. So like bends and slides and all that stuff that can do it. It was just, when it was unveiled, it was $30,000. So they didn't sell many of them. It was supposed to be
I guess not.
A studio only kind of thing. But the guitar player that I really like used that one, and they made less than 100 of those, and I think I was told that maybe 25 still work.
Yeah,
so
that's pretty cool. Should have something like that.
Well, that's why I don't have a lot of other Romero stuff. It all went to that.
Yeah, I was gonna say how much did you give up for that? All right, let's see. I still got some more questions here for you. Here we go. Number 4, most underrated Romero film.
Oh, most underrated. Jeez. I'm like, I think my gut says Knight Riders, but I'm gonna pick it outside. I'm gonna pick a dark horse. I'm gonna say the Dark Half.
Ooh, a literal dark horse. The Dark
Half.
Half.
I actually really like the Dark Half, except for the ending. And the birds look terrible, and that I don't think was George's fault. They, I think, forced him to use like CGI, and the writing is not George's fault. It's it was Stephen King's thing, because the whole problem was, I like the idea of these, this sort of dual personality, but why do you fight him? Is he really supposed to be physical? Is he metaphysical? That's where it lost me a little bit. That's Stephen King's problem, not George's. But I loved the music in it. I loved the main theme for
it's Christopher Young, right? The same guy that did the score for Hellraiser, I believe.
Okay, I don't know, but
if I'm not mistaken.
That sounds right. But I first heard it, I was like, oh my god, this is amazing.
Yeah, Dark Half's one of those movies that I don't love, but it's one that I appreciate more the more that I watch it. Like some of the more subtle things, like Timothy Hutton's performance as George Stark, like that grows on me every time I watch it. I'm like, it's actually pretty. It's something. It's like a character out of a Tarantino film or something. Like just obsessed with Elvis, down from the South. But
there was no way to button it up at the end, because it makes more sense if he's a metaphysical thing. But then, now I'm going to fight him, and there probably could have been a more elegant way to get out of that. And having the CGI birds in there didn't look that good. But again, I think that was forced. Dubinsky did second unit on that. He did all the stuff, I think, of shots of birds. He told me in June, you have to speak to him also about that as well. That's why, like, this is how I know a lot of this stuff, because you have to sort of go a little bit outside, and and you go to like I said, Dubinsky. He's been there. He knows all of this stuff.
Dubinsky's the guy to go to find out anything about anything that he worked on, because the dude's just an encyclopedia of knowledge.
Yeah.
I think he kept like notes, and he still has all that stuff handy too. Like,
well, one of the first grails I got was he actually allowed me to take photos of the his dawn shooting schedule thing, where they did one on one day. So I was like blessed by that, and I said, dude, like, use this, write a book, like, sell this.
Yeah.
And last time I messaged him afterwards, he said that he was looking into it, and then when I saw him in June, he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm already writing it," and he's got all this stuff like sheets for like the I guess the stunts for like Night Riders and stuff. I said, this is awesome, because you have this knowledge, and he's also much like me. He just wants the truth to get out there. So a lot of times people will put stuff out there that's not correct. It's like, no, this is how it happened. Not only was I there, but I wrote it down in X, Y, and Z. So if you're an actual like Romero nut, you're just not like, oh, I like Dawn because it's got whatever. But if you're like if you're one of us,
yeah,
you talk to Dubinsky, because he's the guy. Him, Gornick, those guys help. You love Ken, you love Galen, you love Scott, but they can only give you so much.
Yeah, if you're wanting to know the inside of how the sausage was made, like, yeah, you go to Gornick, you go to Dubinsky. John Rice was awesome to talk to back in June for the first time. Like, he shared some pretty cool information. Like the guy, I don't know, did we tell you this? The guy that
I heard it. Yeah, it was his dad.
Looks like they're gonna try to fight us.
Travascus said it was John Russo.
Yeah.
I was okay.
John Russo looked like
98. It was like 1998. I found a thing. I think it was the first convention, like 2003 or Cinema Wasteland or whatever. And Chris is doing the moderating. He's like, "Oh, I think we found the airport guy. I think his name is like Terry or Troy or something like that." And I was like, but now that we know, but again, it was, so long ago.
It's funny when you go back and listen to those commentaries. And at one point, I think they were like, "Oh, do you know where that?" I think it was the Savini Stavrakis. It was like, "Do you know where that airport's at?" And it's like, "Yeah, it's somewhere close to the mall, I think." It's like Dave Burian actually found it. Some guy named Dave Burian. I'm like, "Oh, okay." It's like, I know that name.
Yeah.
Let's see. Favorite performance in a Romero film?
Oh, geez. Because these are not like easy ones for me, because now these are things I've never thought of before. Because to me, it's like, I just like watching them. I don't like try to say like, single anything. I have to be very basic. Can I curse on here? I don't know how you feel about that. Oh yeah. Oh, it's a bad curse, but I'm gonna be a basic bitch about it. I got to go with Dwayne Jones, because I was telling Kyra, like, Dwayne Jones' performance carried Night, and on top of that, because he was African American, it gave the movie a whole different context. And I said, I don't think without Dwayne Jones, I really think George might not have ever had a career. That's how integral I think Dwayne Jones was to not only the success of that film and giving George this, moniker of this type of filmmaker. And then, he chipped away a little bit at the, as you said, he chipped away at the wheel and, didn't get a few hits, but then eventually it came to be. But I think if you filter it all down, it really boils down to Dwayne Jones' performance in Night. So I think I have to go with that, just for historical reasons.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. But do you think it was Dwayne's performance? I mean, his performance is iconic in that movie for sure. But I also think just the balls that they had to just cast him in that, because they think of it this way: if Rudy Ritchie would have played that role as the big trucker, type of guy, I don't think it would have worked. Yeah, I don't think it would have worked.
The movie tanks. It would have done what they wanted to do. Oh, it's in some local drive-ins and we're done.
Yeah, and I think that's where Dwayne Jones comes in. He does it in a different way. He gives the character a different feel, and I think that's what makes the movie work in a whole lot of ways.
It improves on it, because now you have the black guy that's very intelligent headstrong and clear thinking against the
dealing with a bunch of crazy ass white people.
Yeah, well, the one crazy white guy ends up being right. You know, there's just tons of irony in that film.
Yeah.
Like, I hate to admit this. Again, like, when I saw the movie so many years ago, I've watched it a bajillion times, so I don't think of these things. And it hit me. I love admitting these things because, like, you know, it just shows the type of dope I can be. Like, oh, they're coming to get you, Barbara. Johnny's teasing her about the dead returning to life, and it actually happens. And he's the one that actually comes back and takes her. Like the unbelievable amount of irony of, you know, for that to actually happen. And then, you know, Dwayne well, I just to say Ben and Harry fighting, and then, you know, Dwayne being the one that you're rooting for because he's clear thinking, he's passionate, he's, you know, well spoken. Like, this guy must know what he's talking about. Harry's a coward, you know, and then he ends up being right, and then Dwayne ends up getting killed at the end. It was just like, you know, all this crazy amount of irony. But
it kind of leads me to another question I was going to ask you in a little bit. And it's a question I always ask people, but Team Harry or Team Ben? Sounds like you're Team Harry.
No, can I abstain? I don't think I have one because I have to be completely honest. You know, I'm painfully honest. Some of my least favorite things to talk about, especially to read, is like people going, well, why did they bother even fighting? Like, they should have just burned all the zombies or what. And it's like, well, then the movie doesn't work. Then you're missing the entire point of the film. So it's not like I'm rooting for one or the other, because it's like that conflict has to exist for the story to be told. You know what I mean? But I mean, you really want to side with Ben because, you know, Ben is not a coward.
Right.
You know, so in terms of as a person, I would side with Ben. But any of those kind of like what ifs, you know, like what if Johnny didn't die and he comes to this, you know, I'm so not interested in that, because then the film is not what it is.
Yeah,
you know
it's a completely
I mean?
different film. Yeah. Because I think it's an interesting look at, and I was thinking about this the other day, but it kind of hit me. But like, it's an interesting look at how you can be wrong in the end, but if you're persuasive enough, if you are somebody that people want to get behind and follow, like Ben was, then that's really all that matters at the end of the day. Because Harry, even though technically by the end, like, Harry was probably right, nobody would want to follow a guy who's constantly just like on edge, like a fucking squirrel all the time, screaming and yelling, and just like,
he's a coward.
It's about how you sell what you're trying to sell as opposed to what you're selling, I guess.
Would Ben have said, like, just went in the basement and locked the door and let Harry go out there? He probably, even though he didn't like him, probably would have opened the door, because to me, his character is someone that's like, he's not a jerk, you know. I mean, that's why punching Barbara is the one thing that really doesn't make that much sense. And I know Dwayne protested it, and he's like, well, that's how it is in the film. It has to be done. It's very much not like his character, but he doesn't come off, even if he's right or wrong, it's not like he's a snake oil salesman. You can tell that he's just not a jerk. You know, he's angry at Harry, but he's not angry at Helen. He's not angry at Tom or anybody. You know what I mean? So, so I'd have to go with Ben, just because of how he is as a person. You know?
Yeah, he's somebody you want to get behind in a situation like that. It's like, who you feel most comfortable siding with in this situation? I think I'll go with the guy that kind of seems to have it somewhat together and has somewhat of a plan, as opposed to this loose cannon over here who you never know what he's going to do from one minute to the other.
And Jim had always said, like, well, the basement's not a good place because you have Karen there, and Karen would have revived. Right. And then would have Harry let Ben kill Karen? You know, and they kind of do that in Night 90. You know, when she's coming out and shooting, you know, so you can still see that scenario kind of playing out. Before I forget what I wanted to say before about, like, the what ifs. You know, what if there's the attic. They could have went there. Yes, these are all, like, correct if you're thinking in a more logical way. But the whole point of the film was, this is some crazy scenario that's actually relatively easy to fix, but people can't get along to fix it together. That was the whole point of the film. So anytime they say, well, they should have done this, or shouldn't have done, it's like, well, you're still missing the point.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like
it's supposed to be an easy situation, and that's just kind of how a lot of things in life are. It's like if you stop for 5 seconds to think, like, oh, this is actually wouldn't be that hard to fix, but we can't stop infighting long enough to figure it out. That's what.
They're terrified by fire. It would have been very easy to just torch everything or light the grass on fire or do what, because they're like, it's not just like they just walk into they're visibly afraid of fire and will back away from it. So obviously the key was fire. But that, again, that's not the point. It's like, well, they should make the movie if they like lit everything on fire. Then it's not what it turns, what the movie's about. Missing the whole point.
Yeah, then it's something completely different.
It's your own fucking fan fiction.
Yeah. Favorite non-Romero zombie film?
I'm gonna go with Dick Tracy.
Okay, you're gonna have to explain this one.
It's just because I loved it as a kid. That was my Dawn of the Dead when I was like a kid. So I have an incredible amount. And well, the thing is, you didn't say like, well, does it work with horror movie or just non-George movie?
I said non-Romero zombie movie.
Okay. Well then.
But non-Romero film being Dick Tracy is still pretty interesting.
No, I'd probably go with Halloween then, because I was thinking non-horror for whatever reason. I'd go with probably Halloween. Although,
what about non-Romero zombie film though?
Oh, I'm sorry. Non-Romero. It's probably Night Riders then.
No, not non-zombie Romero film. Non-Romero zombie film.
Oh, non-Romero. I'm sorry. I keep on misinterpreting the question. It's
a little confusing.
I
think me and Matt struggled with that last time, if I remember correctly.
I think I'm going with just regular Fulci zombie. That's probably because the one that I've seen the most. Return of the Living Dead would probably be close, but I think I've seen Fulci zombie more than any other one.
Okay.
But I still wouldn't put that like in all of my like favorite films. It still would be that high.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a big Fulci zombie fan. Like that was one that I remember seeing. I forget what do they call them? I just called them the Conquistador zombie or whatever. Yeah. The first time I saw that image when I was a teenager, I was like, I have to see this fucking movie. And then you watch the movie and it lives up to the hype. Like it's incredible. It's
again one of those like the movie's sort of pointless in a way where like they go here and then they survive and then it's like, okay, well, what was the story being told? But if you're just looking at it from like what's in it, it's it's just a fun movie. Just the special effects are great. You get the zombie fighting the shark. I love the images of the zombies walking across the Brooklyn Bridge.
Yeah,
a New York guy, so like that's
a great
awesome.
ending. Yeah.
Just as a visual, I think that's awesome, and the music is pretty good. There's not really much in there, but I really love the one of the main themes. I mean, it's completely a Goblin ripoff.
Yeah, that always sounded so weird to me. It sounded like it was just like it was recorded on some otherworldly device or something. It's just like, it's just so lo-fi sounding that it's just like, hey.
It's a mellotron. It's a choir sound for a mellotron mixed with something else. I did a cover of that actually on my YouTube channel. I did that, and there's another. Which I don't think they have actual titles. It's like Sequence 1, Sequence 2, but there's one with these really nice arpeggiated chords and stuff that's really pretty. But like,
I just remember the first time hearing that. Like when I first saw the movie, I was just like, man, this just sounds so gritty and just so different. Like it's not clean at all. Like I love it.
Yeah,
it kind of set the perfect tone for the entire movie for me, because the whole movie, like, because when I first saw it, it was a VHS. I rented it on VHS, and it was one of those old VHS tapes that you could tell they got it when it came out, and it smelled and it was stained, and it was just like this dirty. You stick it in, and all of a sudden you're in this fucking wild world of Fulci zombie. But
yeah. And all the other ones are rotten after that. They become like, I think Zombie 3 is like one of my. It's like either Zombie 3 or Zombie 4. One of the films I actually just turned off I've never done that with the movie where I actually just turned it off. I said enough.
Zombie 3. Zombie 3 is pretty. Zombie 3 is pretty rough, but I kind of like it, and just for a cheese factor, like there's some good gore in it, and I appreciate Bruno Mattei a little bit.
Oh, it's probably 4 because that's the one that has Claudio Fragasso.
Okay,
the guy from Control 2. I think he did 4, or he like stepped in for Fulci. I'm trying to remember, but he's in one because the blood is green. I'm looking at this. I'm going, this is like Troll 2, and it was the same guy. And I said,
you may be talking about Zombie 3 then.
Okay.
It wasn't it Bruno Mattei? Because I know Fulci started, and I think he got sick and had to leave the production. Then Bruno Mattei was hired to finish it, or something like that. If I'm thinking of the right guy, I'll have to look at it. I'll have to do research on it because I'm supposed to be. It's been a long time since I've watched it, but I'm going to be on Dirk's channel, the Subjective Perspective Collective. I'm going to be on his channel next weekend. We're going to be talking about Zombie 3, so I'm going to have to do some research.
He might have wrote the script, but he's involved in it in some way, as far as I know. The guy from Troll 2 was involved with either Zombie 3 or 4, but yeah, and then you
may be talking about you may be talking about 4 then. I don't know. One of them's like After Death, and I think Zombie 5 was like Zombie Birds or something like that.
It was Metropolis, or I'm thinking Return of the Living Dead.
You're thinking Return of the Living Dead, Metropolis, and then Rave to the Grave. Those were terrible.
Pathetic.
Absolutely terrible. Hey, bro, what's going on, man? Happy 36th birthday. Thank you very much, sir. You're now the same age George was while he was making one of his greatest films, Martin. Yeah, that's crazy to think about. Like, I always feel like I'm old, and I'm too old to really accomplish much anymore. Like, but then you realize, like, oh yeah, like George really didn't. Like, George was almost 30 before he did Night of the Living Dead, so it's just like, okay, maybe there's still hope for me yet, but yeah, that's pretty cool. That's good to think about. Thanks for stopping in, man. Good to see you. Since saying, yeah, Synthaxe is a combo instrument. A guitar friend and I talked about them on our monthly 6 Oscillators YouTube channel show. I've seen that.
Let me know if someone finds another one.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested now. Kirk says, love the practical effect when Stark gets eaten by the sparrows.
Yes, that's cool.
Yeah, the practical stuff, but then when the birds fly off into the moon, and it's just, even George, I think it's just like, it looks like shit, man. I remember listening to the commentary. I think it was like him and maybe Grunwald, maybe. But on the commentary, like at that end, George is just like, it looks like it. That looks like shit, man.
Yeah,
it's like, yeah, it is a little funny. Since then, Dark Half is okay, not high on my list. Hutton is better and other stuff. Yeah, it's not too high on my list either. But like I said, it's one that I definitely appreciate more every time that I watch it. It's not one that I watch a lot, but when I do go back and rewatch it, it's like, oh yeah, this is actually there's a lot of good here. Let's see, Kirk saying great behind the scenes of the Dark Half special effects on the Eureka Blu-ray. Yeah. Ed, what's going on, man? Ed Trader, Music and Entertainment. Yeah, he sent me an email about Expostulate. Yeah, I read that email. I saw that, man. You sent me a couple of pictures and stuff. I'm going to cover it on. I'll talk about it, cover it, what your thoughts were, and I'll share some of those photos you sent of what the little screening was. It was cool you were there watching it with, I think, Matt Blasey, Gary Striner, and Russ Striner. But yeah, we'll definitely talk about that probably Thursday on the Halloween stream before we watch Day of the Dead, the open mat version of Day of the Dead. But I appreciate you telling me all about that. What have you seen any of the expostulations or any of the footage or anything like that? Yeah, you.
No, I'd love to, because again, it's, there might be people in there that actually were in Night.
Yeah.
They could have like an old friend of theirs, that's, we had whatever, and that guy might have played a ghoul or something. So, I'm always looking for that kind of stuff. So anything that's around that period up until about 73, or anything before 67, I'm looking at extras and actors and whatever, and just seeing if I can, and that'll probably go into what we're going to talk about later. I have a whole list of faces and names and stuff. So I need to see it for research purposes. Yeah.
Ed's saying for me it's Dwayne and Howard Sherman tied for number 1 best performance. Yeah, I've always loved Howard Sherman in Day. He's just like, he's a baby. He's basically playing a baby. He's lovable. You're just like, it's perfect choice of how to play that from Howard Sherman, I always thought. It's saying if they were to have gone down to the basement, Kyra would have bitten them all. Upstairs is where they learned to shoot them in the head. That's true. Yeah, they wouldn't have known as much as they would have known staying upstairs. And also you mentioned like if Kyra returns, Ben tries to shoot her, Harry, they get into a fight. Ben ends up shooting Harry accidentally, or vice versa, or somebody else ends up getting killed, and it could have been just a whole other fucking debacle down at the basement. So, Kirk saying, I think Robert Joy from Land is worth mentioning. Yeah, I do like Robert Joy. I like him in Land and Dark Half. I think he's good at playing that little slimy, little blackmail character. I can't think of his name, but he's the one trying to blackmail Timothy Hutton in there. Although not the best Romero film, it's a good performance. Yeah, it's one of the better performances in Land for sure. Since San Matei and Fragasso, a messy duo for Zombie 3 since Fulci was ill. There you go.
Okay, I'm not. So we were both right.
Yeah, it's one big pile of shit, that movie. But like I said, it's one that I have a fondness for just because of how cheesy it is. And since then, I would like to invite John to talk about and demo his synthaxe on our monthly 6 oscillators guitar show. I'm synthaddict 69 at gmail.
Okay, I'll try. It's a little finicky, I'm actually, one of the things I'm trying to do is trying to find people to document it so they can not only figure out how it works, but like improve on it and fix it. So I'm always like tentative about using it because I don't want to just turn it on and something doesn't work and then it's gonna bum me out. Because then how am I gonna fix this? Fix this thing?
Yeah. It's that fear of just like, oh no, it's like I'd rather just live thinking that it's working fine.
I used it a bunch, it's not like I barely use it, but like I go through little phases where like I'll use it for something and I don't use it. I mean, it was one of the instruments that guitar player used. So like I do lesson videos and I'll have to I'll do a lesson video on how to play this too, because he wrote pieces for that are possible to play on the guitar. So like this is how he did it. Like you can, for example, like all the frets, I don't know if you can see, are all the same distance apart.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to, it's so weird like that. So like you can play a bar chord at the 17th fret, which you can't do on a real guitar.
Yeah.
So sometimes even the chord shapes are relatively simple, but they're high up on the neck, which you can't play on a real guitar. Or like you can change the tuning on the fly. You can play like a bar chord in standard and then press a button, and then now you're in fifths tuning and all the notes change, or even some other weird tuning, which you can't do on a real guitar. So he used all of these things. This is what I was getting to. The whole way that I do this kind of investigative stuff for music is exactly why
it's just transferred over into the world of Romero.
Yep.
I love it. I got a few more questions here, and then we'll get into Unearthing the Undead, because I think that's what we're all here for. Favorite Romero score soundtrack?
Dawn.
Dawn.
Yeah. Okay. Love the library stuff.
Okay.
That's why one of the things that I asked Gornick, because I'm not sure if the original cut that George sent over to Dario was 100% library music or if it had some Goblin already in it. And I was trying to figure out when that, because George finished editing the movie in like May. I think in March or April, which means Goblin would have already had, the music in there cues Goblin what to do. Like the piano, like the mechanical hijinks with the pie scene, like Goblin mimicked that. So they had to have gotten it from there. So I don't know if the version that got sent over to Dario was 100% library music. And when I asked Gornick, he said that that the Italians respected George, so there's a possibility that they like made a print of it and then used and like they preserved it. So that's one of my like holy grails is finding that or trying to get to the bottom, because that would probably be the only version, and that would be the version that has everything.
Like everything, yeah.
Like I was talking about.
You would think, it would have to be like Argento's got it in a vault or something somewhere over there,
Like that,
it's got to be somewhere.
Like the in that video I did where I took all those like weird scenes from Virgin, like in Document of the Dead, it shows the apartment scene that's much longer, and it also has all library music on it. That would be on that cut, as well as all the other scenes and stuff like that. So that would be like what everyone's trying to make, like the extended hours, that would be that version.
Yeah.
So, and it's like, this is another new thing that you can just scan and put out there and people would buy it in droves. I don't know why you leave the money on the table. So I would love to get to the bottom of that.
That's a holy grail for sure. Just because, like I said, it's got to be somewhere over there in Italy in a vault, or I don't know. I guess Dario would have it. Dario would,
because
maybe Claudio Argento.
The original print doesn't look very good. So I'm thinking they might have made a copy of George's and then edited that down and then used that. So they preserved his original version. So it being a generated copy. Yeah. And also that would have the sound effects and everything on a different reel. It wasn't married yet because he took out all the effects and all the music, although the music is buried in there and some of the special effects, like the carousel music is technically special effect music. So that's in that in the Argento version. And the African music is blended in with the Goblin music because I think that's considered like on the special effect track. It's not on the music track.
No. Yeah, it's got to be somewhere. Let's see. 2 more questions. Favorite non-Romero. This maybe could. Favorite non-Romero score or soundtrack.
Oh, I got to go with Edward Scissorhands.
Edward Scissorhands. That's an interesting pick.
Some of the most beautiful music I've ever heard, and they're like the ice dance. Is something that I can never. I wish I could be talented enough to write. It's
Danny Elfman, man. He's hard to beat sometimes, but I 100% agree. Like Edward Scissorhands, like to me that was one of those movies I grew up watching when I was a kid all the time, and watching it now, like that.
It's perfection.
It's just like it gives me chills. Like
it's harmonically smart because I'm also a big music geek. So it's like harmonically interesting to me. It's not very diatonic where it follows a formula. It's a little, it moves all around and it's very emotional. Everything is orchestrated perfectly. All the instruments were used, like a toy piano kind of sound. Everything about it is perfection. Actually, it's so good. I have a hard time believing that Danny Elfman actually wrote it. I think because I actually don't like Oingo Boingo at all. I think it's really goofy, but like it's so smart. He might have had like a hand in coming up with like the melodies and somebody else like orchestrated. I don't know much about Danny Elfman stuff, but that's how highly I think of it. It's like you needed like
so little you think of Danny Elfman. Apparently, here's like I can't believe this guy fucking wrote it. Like,
well, because I know it's like like the Beetlejuice stuff. It's like, oh, that sounds like Danny Elfman. I could be completely wrong, but like when I listen to Oingo Boingo, I go like, this is not the same guy that wrote this stuff. Yeah, and it's orchestrating that stuff is so difficult because you have to know the ranges of instruments and all that kind of stuff, and knowing what I think that highly of it. So if he did write all of it, then I just think that much more highly of Danny Elfman. It's just hard for me to believe that, like,
because usually you can, when you hear Danny Elfman's score, you kind of know, oh, this is a Danny Elfman score. Like they all kind of have that same feel to it. But yeah, I agree.
And he also did the music to Dick Tracy.
Oh,
which I love.
I didn't know that actually.
Yes, Tessa's theme for Dick Tracy, absolutely perfect and beautiful. That, and he did them, I think, relatively close together. 1990, Edward Scissorhands, maybe 1990. Yeah, that was a banner year. Did the Simpsons theme a year before? Batman. Yeah. He was just firing on all cylinders at that time. So all that stuff is. Yeah. And it's also amazing that it's so identifiable. Like, it's very hard for someone to actually write that stuff and have a voice where it's like, that's a Danny Elfman piece.
Yeah. For going from like, all the way back Pee-wee's Big Adventure. I mean, all Tim Burton's stuff, like Batman, Edward Scissorhands, Ed Wood, all the way like Mars Attacks, like any of those scores you hear and you're just like, that's Danny Elfman. Like it's easily pinpointable.
And I think some of the stuff in Dick Tracy was, in quotes, borrowed from Batman. Because I watched Batman, or maybe it was Batman Returns. This came out later, and it was like, I hear a lot of similarities. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it was like, oh, okay. It seems like, I don't have anything here. I'm just gonna.
Batman made so much money at the time that they were probably just like, if you want to use anything from Batman, go ahead. Like, something worked. Okay, last question. Question number 10. Okay. Who the hell is Susanna Sparrow? Who do you think is Susanna Sparrow? What's your theory?
This is, it's weird because like you probably just ask Gornick. Why is there no one asked Mike Gornick? I'm sure he would just be able to tell you.
I've asked. Who did I ask? I think I remember asking Christine if she knew, because I asked her, did George? Yeah, I mean, but I think I asked because I feel like she would have known at that time.
No, you need
if George was solo or not, and just using a pen pal or no, not a pen pal, but a pseudonym or whatever, or not. What's the fucking word I'm thinking of? A George Stark to Thad Beaumont type of thing.
Well, I read one of the things that I did also in preparation was reading the script and reading the novelization for both Night and Dawn. And for Dawn, it's pretty much exactly like the script, just a little fleshed out, just a tad bit. There wasn't anything that was really like, even the way some things were described were very similar. So I was like, I don't remember anything being that different except for filling in character names and naming the dog Adam, which I don't know if that was named in the script. I'm sorry,
that was in the book.
There's one thing that changed in the script. The dog gets killed, and in the book it survives. But I'm pretty sure that it is somebody, but I don't know who, because what they added was not anything significant. So
I don't think it's a real person. I know Larry's theory is that maybe it was Catherine Colbert, which could or could not be, but I don't know. I just think that's an interesting question. I'd always wonder. But yeah, maybe a Gornick or a Dubinsky or somebody might have a better idea of who that would be.
You need a Laurel employee.
Yeah.
To really, because someone that was around Rubenstein.
Rubenstein would know.
Yes, he would know.
He's not talking. So.
Yeah. Well, maybe on one of these, I actually emailed him about something, hoping to get some sort of message, because there's a documentary that was made. I asked I asked Larry about this, and Chris Stravakis about this. There's a documentary that was made in 1973 by Richard Rubenstein. It was called like The Independent Filmmaker, and it's quoted in a bunch. It's quoted a bunch of times in The Zombies That Ate Pittsburgh. And I went, I've never heard of this. Where is this? And I looked online. There is no document of it anywhere. So this might have been something. Yeah, it might have been something that Richard put together in like 73, but never publicly released it. Maybe it was something that they used from the BAB investment funds to like put something together. I don't know. But if you read, and that's another thing, I read all these books. So that was like, I would find a little piece of information, then go digging, and then go back to it. And it's called, and what's annoying is that the name of the documentary is called The Independent Filmmaker. It's not anything specific, but yeah, it's in the Zombies in Pittsburgh. It's quoted a bunch of times. So no one knows anything about it. So, and I emailed Richard Rubenstein. At least I tried to say like, hey, what's the deal with this thing? Like, was this
a real anything back?
No, but the problem is a lot of these things that I'm doing, I'm not shy about emailing people. I just don't know if it's actually reaching them.
Yeah, the correct
email. I don't know if the email that I had actually went to something that he could, read. But I also forgot about it until just now. So, if I feel...
Maybe send another email.
I got an idea. I could talk to Leaf. Leaf, I think his name's Jonker. I think he's got a relationship with Rubenstein.
Oh yeah. That would be the guy, because I know he does have a a pretty good relationship with Rubenstein. Obviously, I mean, he's the one that's kind of helping Rubenstein do all these Dawn screenings and all this new stuff that they've been doing. So
that's how my mind works. It's like, I need to get in contact with this person. I know this guy does all this stuff. Hey, do me a favor. And we're all friends. We're all family in a way. So, I would say
help each other out when we can,
Yeah, this is important information,
Yeah, and especially since it's not like, oh, I'm trying to make a buck off of it. It's just like to me, like what you're doing, and I described you in the thing as a Romero film archaeologist, and I think that's fairly accurate of what you're doing. You're kind of going in and discovering and putting more of the pieces of the puzzle together and kind of putting it together. And I think you said it beautifully on the Nightcast podcast that you were on a few weeks back, when you said that, why are we so obsessed with it? Like, why do we got to know everything there is to know about this stuff? Like, what is the thirst for information all about? And it's really just, it's the closest we'll ever come to being on set. Like, and that's so true. I never thought of it that way before, but then when you said that, I was like, that's so true. Like, that's because I would give anything to go back and actually be there when it was being made. And, going to the locations and finding out all this information and all this, like, that really is just part of my thirst to just want to go back and experience that time period. I don't know. It's weird, but
that's what I told Kairos. Like, if I have the choice of I'm in the movie and I know nothing, or I'm not in the movie and know everything, I would choose, I'd rather be in the movie and not know anything.
Yeah.
But it's like, this is as close, as close as I'm going to get. I would love to be there filming night, or just being in the mall in 1978, but and a lot of it is just fun. Like, Dawn is close enough where there's still plenty of people that know things and there's documentation. For night, there's none. So finding anything is a lot of fun, and putting together the puzzle is what's exciting, because I don't know, and I tell this all the time, I don't know what I'm looking for until I find it. So like, I might get some extraneous piece of information that might go like, for example, I had mentioned Bob Ratowski a couple of times, because I'm looking, for latent image people, do you recognize any of these kind of people, whatever. And I saw that he did stuff for Jack's wife, and I said, well, let me just find these people. And he's like, oh, he's still alive. I sent him an email. So he was such an amazing resource of information from that like 1971 to 1973 period, where there's just a massive hole where no one knows anything. So he filled me in. And the problem is, and I told him this, by 1971, everyone was gone except for Gary from Leighton. And then he hung on until the end. All the other people that joined Latent Image from like 71 on, they're pretty much all gone except for Gornick. You have Al Croft, you have Vince Urvinsky, and then you have a bunch like Raymond Christina, Rex Gleason, John Fitzpatrick. You have all people that worked on these films, but they're not like high-ranking members of Latent that are going to give me this piece of information of like, oh, well, this guy did, and that's what Rutkowski did. He said, oh yeah, I remember I hired Mike Gornick with Al Croft because we replaced why am I blanking on his name? Gerald Schutz, because he did the sound on Jack's wife, and they replaced him with Gornick. And Gornick started doing the sound, but I said, like, most of those high-ranking people are gone. That you can't ask them directly about, what happened with this. So with Rutkowski, we were talking about all this stuff, and we were talking about the Crazies, and he said that the Crazies was filmed up until June of '72, and I went, okay, that makes sense, because I read somewhere that Bill Heinzman took over second unit stuff because George left when his son George Cameron was born. And he's born on June 1st, 1972. And I said, okay, well, it was good that you guys pretty much finished before the big flood, because in June 24th, 1972, Hurricane Agnes hit Pittsburgh. That was the flood that flooded Latent Image. And I had mentioned about that, and he said, oh, it's a good thing that, oh, yeah, I remember that. I was standing in, a bunch of water and whatever. I said, yeah, well, a lot of people talk about, Jack and Russ, oh, we lost everything in that flood. And he basically said, like, this is what he's saying, from what I remember, all the important like film elements were all left in the 5th floor vault. They weren't in the basement. So like some stuff they threw out and were destroyed, but it wasn't anything, I think, that crazy. And remember, Russ wasn't there, Russo wasn't there in 72. So they're hearing this sort of secondhand information. Bob Rutkowski was there. Mike Gornick would have been there. And
that's right. Because that's what I've always heard from Russ, from John, like, is that, oh yeah, all that stuff was down in the basement. It got destroyed.
Yeah.
So basically, So basically, that's just secondhand. I never thought of it, but that's right.
But
They weren't a part of that at the time.
But this is how I find this stuff, because I'll just talk about something and then it just leads me into another direction. I go, oh, while I'm here, let me mention, all that, because I knew that the hurricane was in June of 72. And I looked it up and I said, oh, I put these things together. And Dubinsky knows about it because there was another, Jim told me this. And I every time I see him, I have to have him tell me more because now I understand more and it'll stick better.
Mm-hmm.
But he said when they made the Varese Sansa, what is it called? Varese Sanda, whatever the company that makes all the soundtrack releases.
Yeah, I can't think of what they're called either, but yeah, the Saraband or something.
Yeah, Saraband. Yeah, Varese Saraband is.
Yeah.
I think Dubinsky is credited on there. And when Jim met Jim Cirinel, and for anyone that doesn't know, he's a director at Image 10. Guru, knows all the information about everything. I just have a lot of knowledge about extras and weird things, but he's really the historian guy. Varese Saraband. Yeah, Varese.
Buddies.
He asked Tom, why are you credited on this? And he goes, well, I had to get this music from the work print because almost all the music from Night is library, but not all of it. There's some electronic sounds that I think were made not by Carl Harbin, but by Jack Givens, because he was the chief audio engineer for Hardman Associates. So I think he's the one that created these sort of sounds. But the problem is there's no tape of them, so how did you get those sounds? Or maybe Helen's Death is on it. I think I don't have the release, but like, how did you get it on the record? And Tom Dubinsky said, I took it from the work print. I said, that doesn't exist because it was lost in the flood. This was, the 2013 or something like that.
Yeah.
He's like, no, I was, I took it from the thing and whatever.
No, it exists.
So it's like, oh, okay. So we know that this exists. And again, that was corroborated by Bob Rutowski. He said, no, almost all the important Night elements were stored in the 5th floor vault. They weren't in the basement, and also the film racks are on the, are on the wall. I don't know. The flood might have been, I don't know, let's say waist deep or something. So he also said, like the company was really in bad shape. Actually, he told me that Vince Cervinsky told him that getting Jack's wife distributed saved the company. And that was early 73 or whatever, late 72. But he's like,
real quick while we're on Jack's wife, I just want to ask, have you ever talked to Gary about Jack's wife?
No,
at all.
Believe it or not, I don't talk to Gary that much because I haven't seen him enough. I saw, and now that I know all this stuff, there are a couple of things I can, love to talk to him about. But usually when I do, it's like a quick email kind of thing. It's not just like, I have you here and I'm doing it. When I went to Massachusetts and when I went to Vegas, he's, not there. And at the last Living Dead weekend, his foot was hurting and he didn't make it to the event. Otherwise, I would have probably asked him about all that stuff.
Just curious. I've always heard that he was like the real producer on that movie.
Yeah,
I always wanted to get his side of the story of what happened with that. And
and Jack's wife was filmed. And I don't know when the exact month is, but it was definitely filmed in 71. In like, I guess maybe I think by November of 71, it was already being, is it 71 or 72?
It came out in 72.
Well, it never had a real theatrical release. Bob Rutowski said that he remembered it having a theatrical release or showing somewhere, but I found no record of it. And I don't think it actually ever was theatrically released because it doesn't have an official date. Hungry Wives does, but not Jack's wife. And that was 73.
Jack's wife definitely not. Yeah, because that's.
Yeah. As I'm talking, I'll look because now it's gonna piss me off. But he. What was I saying about that? It had to have been 71 because he left afterwards. And by December 71, Gary was already working at New American Films. So yeah, it was filmed sometime in 71. It's just they couldn't find distribution for so long. I think by November of 71, they were already editing it together. It was already in post-production. So he certainly produced it. And it was his wife at the time, Pam, that knew Christine Romero because she went to school with Christine Romero, and that's how they got the house. They got Christine's house for Jack's wife. It was through Gary. But I think again, I also would love to ask them about the whole ordeal with Al Croft, because that's where it seemed like a lot of the tension became. Because I think Al was given by George more stature in the company, and I think it rubbed them the wrong way because he was, I think, an ad exec or one of the higher. Yeah, I think it was a very high up at Ketchum, and then George brought him in to like clean the place up in a little bit, and I think the latent people might have resented that a bit. And I think in an email, Ratowski, when they were showing Jack's wife, I think had mentioned something and was like criticizing it or saying something about the editing, and like Al Croft said something like, don't criticize this movie, because he was protecting George for whatever it is. So Al Croft is someone that I really would like to talk to, and I actually have to ask Jim if it's okay to contact his family, because like they might have some crazy stuff, because he's probably the highest ranking latent person that was there besides George. Vince Servinsky was, but you have all that stuff. So like, I don't know what his family might have in terms of records and whatever. But I don't know what all that frustration was. And I think part of the production problems with Jack's wife, between Gary, had to do with Al Croft. Might be speaking out of school a little bit, but that's the vibe that I got, that they were like, there was this big like hippie party kind of thing. Oh, we got this ad. And I think Nancy McKim, George's.
That's what I was going to ask you about. Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you about is where does Nancy Romero fit into all this? Because that's the only time she's ever been credited, as far as I know. And there's no real information on her. There's not a whole lot out there on Nancy Romero.
I think maybe it's time to bring out my stuff where I have, but Nancy McKim, newspaper clippings, because I have to look into my thing.
That's what I'm here for.
Romero and latent image. The problem is I just have it by dates, but I kind of remember the dates. It probably was 68. Yeah, okay. Let's see if I can share the screen a little bit. Share screen. Okay, don't show these tips again.
Don't slip up. I hope you don't have any like nudes or anything.
No.
Okay.
Select window with screen. Allow StreamYard to select. Oh, okay. Oh, I could just do it right from here. Okay. I could just show you like the one thing.
It's saying Vince Stravinsky knew where all the bodies were buried. Coin a phrase.
Yeah. Nancy McKim, H. Wayne Kennedy, Allen G. Blah, 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 blah. They were all. This is from the November 7th, 1968 Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. They have all been appointed account supervisors in the Public Relations Department of Ketchum, McLeod, and Grove. And that's where Al Croft worked.
So Nancy McKim became Nancy Romero.
Yes.
Okay. I did not know that was her name.
I can just click this thing to stop screen sharing. Okay, yeah, this is where like I want to make sure to know how to do it, so I could just like pop up. Like this is the ad that I found.
That worked out. Okay.
Yeah.
I've never had somebody else share something on the other end, so I was kind of like, I hope this works.
I want to show images and stuff that whatever it may be, but I think her and Al Croft came from Ketchum to Latent, and I think that rubs the original Latent people probably the wrong way, and why Nancy got credited for certain things. It was sort of like
it's all kind of making sense now. Okay, I can kind of see how that kind of worked out. For
again, that's a guess, but I would like to have Russ and Gary, tell me. And actually, one of the things that Bob Ratowski told me is that he said that he remembered. This is like, oh, I never heard this before. Is that he was in New York with George and Russ when they were trying to distribute Night.
Okay.
That he was on that, like, I guess he was on that car ride when they heard about.
That's interesting because that's a name you really never hear. You've never really heard before in like commentaries or any information like that. Like, so that's interesting that he was all, because like when you hear the story, like when you heard George tell the story, it was always like, oh yeah, me and Russ threw the threw the film in the back of the car and drove to New York to see if anybody wanted to shoot it. You never hear the names of these people. How did you find a guy like Bob Rakowski?
Look them up. Well, so again, I'm looking at all the like peripheral kind of people. I'm not going to share the screen on this, but I'm just going to open up this thing. I have a tab just called Early Romero, and I have like years. There's always Vanilla, Latent Image, Canvas Release by Lee Hessel, Screen Test for Ray Lane, written by Rudy Ritchie, half hours, called the Ray Lane short film. And then I also have the people that worked on the film: directed, edited, shot, George Romero; sound, Gary Striner; Night Living Dead, Latent Image; production director, Vince Ravinsky; assistant producer, H. Kramer Riblet. You will hear about him also. Assistant cameraman, Paul McCullough, Crazy's Night Living Dead music. And I'm going through, and well, that's for Vanilla. But as we go through this, I'm looking at post-production for Jack's wife, Bob Rakowski. So I was just picking out names that I just wasn't familiar with, and I said, "Where are they?" And I was looking for grips and whatever, and Bob Rakowski was still alive. He works for the Magic Lantern, which I actually wanted to ask him if, well, it's a production company, but Latent Image also did a commercial for a grill thing called the Magic Lantern, and I don't know if there's any sort of connection with there. But
they were inspired.
Yeah, I had emailed him because he said that, or like on his website, that he had to do with Vietnam. And I said, "Oh, did he work at Latent before he left at Vietnam? Like maybe he was there in 1967 and then got shipped off to Vietnam and came back." He said, "No, but he was there in 1971. And then that's where I got all that glut of information. I said, "Oh, well, it's good to know because that's like the Romero forgotten period." 71 to like 73. Like once Rubenstein takes over, all that stuff is pretty easy because then, like if you look at the names for the people that were in the winners, you've got, the Boobas, and you've got Dusty Nelson, and you got a lot of like crossover people that are still around that you can talk to. But for that little sliver, there's hardly anybody that worked at Latent.
Well, a big name that you mentioned there a second ago that I know I've talked about before, and I know my buddy Grande's asked about before, wants more information on from that time period, is Lee Hessel. How much have you been able to find out about Lee Hessel and his relationship with George and the Latent Image?
I don't think it's anything that crazy. I mean, I think they just, were looking for people to distribute. There's always Vanilla. And he was just willing to take it, I don't think there's anything crazier than that. I mean, I haven't done much digging because it's really not night related. I mean, I'm sure I could. Was it him or Jack Harris? I was looking up a couple of them, but I don't think it's really anything that like I think he might have worked in the garment industry. I think I read somewhere and probably just wanted to get into making movies. So they put that thing out. They're like, "Oh, we're not going to be able to sell this." That's why Dawn of the Dead, Night Living Dead is a bit of an anomaly because they pretty much purposely made an exploitation film with brains in it. Not zombie brains and nonsense, but like with some smarts to it. So they said, we just know that if we put some boobs in there and we show some guts being eaten, someone's going to pick it up.
Right. Yeah.
So it got picked up to be an exploitated film. But then George afterwards, of course, says, "Well, I don't want to be known for making these kind of movies. I want to, make other types of movies." So what's interesting about Vanilla is that half-hour short film that Ray Lane did, like, won an award somewhere. Like, it won an award in, like, New York. So I guess they were like, "Hey, this has potential. Rudy,
let's expand on it."
Yeah, and Rudy's going, "I can't expand on this because there's not much to work with,
There's nothing to expand, yeah.
But they're like, "Well, we have grant money now." I think they got another grant from the RDIC. Can't remember the people that gave the same grant money to George in like 1964 to help start Latent. Not start Latent, but like invested. It was from that money that allowed them to actually move from Carson to Fort Pitt. I forgot the actual name, but it's like a Pittsburgh small business loan sort of company, and they got like $200,000 after night to do something. So they were like, "Well, we have this money. We have like already some like, we're getting a bite on the hook with this Ray Lane thing. Let's see if we can expand on it. The Graduate, this is like an important thing, but they were like trying to strike while the iron was hot, and it just kind of fell apart. And like the story is kind of pointless, because it's like, what did I watch this for? Because it's a light popcorn movie that doesn't really have a point to it. There's nothing going on. So, and I think, if I remember, I don't remember where I read this, that before they even made it, distributors had told them that not to make the movie. Like, you're going to waste your time making this. And they did it anyway, because I think they wanted to do Night of the Living Dead. I've said this before, in another genre, in this kind of like Graduate kind of thing. So, so they had all this stuff working against them, that this is a genre film that's slowly fading out of, it's not hot anymore. There's problems with the script because there's not enough meat on the bone to create a 90-minute anything. Right. And George now has got Al Croft, and he wants more control to be the director, and everyone wants it to be like more collaborative, even though Night of the Living Dead, and I will say this to the Night of the Living Dead is George Romero's film.
Okay, that's interesting. I was going to ask you about that. Do you consider it a group effort, or is it George's film?
Yes and no, but it's George's film. I mean, it is collaborative, but what you see on screen is all George.
I tend to agree.
What?
I tend to agree. I tend to agree. I think that...
I think we pretty much know so now. Like, we have enough proof. At least I've seen enough, and I've talked to enough people. But anyway, let me wrap this up really quickly. That collaborative thing, that spirit got lost. I mean, even Carl and Marilyn did not want to be involved in Vanilla, because they didn't see any potential in it. And, they were struggling with what direction the film should go in. And George was like, no, I want the controls. And that's where it all fell apart. And then that Jack's Wife was the first movie. It was like, okay, this is my vision, my kind of thing. Everyone's working in my direction. Night was collaborative, but it was still George. But I think because of that success, everybody wanted their hand in the cookie jar. And George came out of it. And he's mentioned this before, even in the Zombies at Pittsburgh. It's like, no, I came out of Night knowing that I want to be the director. At the beginning, he was a little shy about it, but I think once he got into it, he was like, this is what I want. So, like, once they made the film, I guess, Lee Hessel looked at it and was like, I'll take it, but we got to change this stuff, and we got to put some explicit scenes. And, even though I've never seen, I don't know if they changed anything for The Affair. I don't know if there's a cut of it where it's got different, because if you're trying to market it as softcore porn, there's nothing in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's really not. Like, there's a little bit of nudity in the...
But that was in Vanilla anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I don't know if there's a different cut of Vanilla as The Affair, but at least I think Lee has...
I have the VHS of The Affair that I think Something Weird put out a while back.
Okay. Let me see if it's any different. I'm sure I would have seen it if it exists. If it exists somewhere, I don't think it's ever been put to copy.
Oh no, it's Sub Rosa.
Okay.
Put it out. It's just called The Affair. It's on a VHS, big
signed
box.
by John Russo.
Yeah, signed by John Russo. 26 of 65. I guess they only made 65 of these.
I don't know how long. What is it? 96 minutes.
That sounds right. I don't see a runtime on this version, but
because I also try to keep track of the run times. I think I had it somewhere. Okay. So the original was 110 minutes, but it released as 93. And I think the Hungry Wives version is 93. Another interesting thing is that Bob Rutowski told me he joined Latent. Okay, so this is why I have all my information. New American Film started May of 1971. So that's when John Russo and Russ Streiner, all of them left. And Bob Rutowski was hired in October of 1971. And he was the first thing that he was responsible for was the 16 to 13 millimeter blown up copy of Vanilla. And it didn't turn out very good. I think a lot of people didn't really like it. But that was like one of the first things that he was responsible for was taking the 16 millimeter and blowing it up. But yeah, I don't know if that, I doubt that 110 version exists. And I think that 110 version probably is supposed to be Vanilla, and the 93 version is the Affair.
Yeah, the Affair.
But
I don't know. I haven't. This is from 2013. This is something. I don't know. Some kind of. I don't know what the hell this is from, but
I've never seen like comparisons like, oh, these were the scenes that were added by Lee Hessel, for softcore.
Yeah.
So
for softcore purposes. That's what we can call it. For softcore purposes.
I think it was just, and that's why Lee's like, well, how are we going to make? They think like, how are you trying to make money with this thing? We don't have enough TNA to get the kids in the thing. And George is trying to make an art film in a exploitative universe, and I think that was pretty much his problem.
It sounds like a big mess of a situation. It totally explains why George really hated that movie for so many years. It was just a bad experience.
Yeah, but as time goes on, I think George could see his style. He could see like the things in there once you're more removed from like the experience and go, well, it's not as bad. Like the only real problem with that film to me is that it's just pointless. It's like, I don't know why this movie exists. There's no story to it. And that was what Rudy Ritchie was basically trying to say. Like, it works for a half hour. It doesn't work for an hour and a half.
Yeah. I think I get most out of it. I mean, Pittsburgh. I mean, seeing that Pittsburgh in that era is pretty awesome. I love that aspect. But just the story of the characters and just the situation that they're in. Like, I've been in that situation before where you meet somebody, you think you love them, but then after a while you realize that you're not a good fit for each other, even though you're trying. Like, there's a lot there.
It's funny
I
you
think
mentioned
there's more there to it than George or anybody else really ever gave it credit for.
Well, that's why George said he thought he edited it more than anything. He didn't really direct it. I would say that that's probably relatively accurate. So it debuted in Shadyside March 2nd, 1972, which is why I don't know why people call it a 1971 film. I think I read somewhere that they showed it in December of 1971, but I don't think it was. That
has to do with the copyright. Doesn't it? Like when the movie's copyright, like when you see the copyright at the end of the movie, it'll say like 1971. That's usually what I go by.
Okay, then that's probably it. But it actually was screened publicly. They had the premiere March 1st in Shadyside, and then it opened. Just basically one Shadyside or two Shadyside theaters in March 2nd, 1972, and that was it. And George Anderson has a lot of really good information. He's like their theater guy. He's the one that does the interview with George.
He's got the
he basically was very kind to the film. I think he gave it like a C+, but he's like, the best thing about it is, if you know Pittsburgh, you get to see all these little things you get to see like, the incline.
Yeah.
And he said that was like the probably the best thing about the film. So you're not wrong about that.
Yeah. I mean, that was always the thing that, and of course getting to see, Russo and Russ Streiner and Richard Ritchie. You could see all these people that, like, when I first saw it, like, all I knew him from was like Night of the Living Dead, and it's like, wait, here's Johnny, but he's got like this cool like 70s hairdo and the glasses, and he's like, oh, well, just tell her that she's a frumpy little broad with all of her brains in her ass. All right, I don't care what you say, just say something. It's just like, wow, this is awesome. So that was always a big plus. But I always liked quite a bit.
There's a lot of night people. You've got Lee Hartman is in it. Roger McGovern, obviously. There's a woman.
Roger McGovern's great in it. Like, I love his performance in that movie. I think he does a great job. One guy, real quick. Hold on. Well, where's my cursor? Where's my shit not working? Hang on.
Okay. Well, while you're doing that, I was going to say Roger McGovern wrote copy for like Ketchum. Like, he was, as far as I know, not even an actor. He also was another guy that worked at Ketchum. And became he played and this is what's interesting when we were looking for how we always get little interesting pieces of information. When I was talking to Sharon and Russ about the credits, I said, Roger McGovern is not credited in Night, even though he's eating, him and Dave Barber, the two ghouls that have close-ups of them eating the Ross Harris meats that are not credited in the film, which I always found weird. George always said, you get a close up, you put your, all right.
Sorry, my cursor was not working. Sorry, I was having a freak out session for a second here. I was like, nothing's working. Why is my computer not working?
I got a Gmail message. That's always good. Oh, it's not, because anytime I get a Gmail message, it's usually someone bought something of mine, or it's related to Night of the Living Dead. Someone replied
It's
to one
something
of my
you want to
emails.
hear, yeah.
Yeah,
I got an email like that. I got a shitty email and I got a good email for sure. The guy I wanted to bring up though, you were talking about all the people from Night and There's Always Vanilla. Thomas Ashwell, a guy that you just recently uncovered. That was in Living Dead. Let me see if I can share this real quick here. But yeah, he plays the abortion doctor at the end of Vanilla, and I've always wondered who the hell that guy was, because it's like, God, he looks familiar, but like he kind of looked like one of the Richies to me. Like I was like, is that who is that? Is that like one of the Richies? But so when you posted, let me see if I can just pull it up here, a picture for everybody to see. So how did you go about finding him, kind of piecing that together? I guess we'll start with that because we're talking about Vanilla and he's in it. So
I'm trying to remember. I don't know where I found it. I found it probably through something where somebody posted on Facebook to say that their uncle was in the film in Night of the Living Dead. It might have been on a Facebook page. So a lot of the research that I do has to do with just like throwing out keywords, and sometimes I get like a hit like through Google into Facebook, and I found some stuff, and then it's like, oh, this picture got like a lot of comments on it. I got to go through all the comments. That's how I found a few people, and somebody said that their ex father-in-law was in Night of the Living Dead, and I asked who it was, and they said Tom Ashwell. So I said okay, and I just put in his name, and it came up, abortion doctor for There's Always Vanilla. And at this time, I have pretty much everybody, like every extra in the film, like itemized. I know what they look like. And as soon as I saw his face, I went, that's that guy that's wearing the green. I knew right away. And I sent her a message, and I said, is this him? And she said, yeah, he passed away. And I found, his obituary, and that was that. So that one was actually really easy. And especially that now that I know what he looks like, I then watched the Crazies, and I went, that's that guy. Okay, so go back. Yeah. The guy to the right of the screen where he's sort of making like a snarl. Yeah, that guy.
This fella.
I think he's in the Crazies too. I'm trying to figure out who that is. Because I think because in all the photos that we have, or at least that I have of behind the scenes Night stuff during this time, he's always hanging around Thomas Ashwell. So I think Thomas might have brought him on set. And in the Crazies, there's a guy with the mustache. They call him Chuck. And I went, that guy looks like him. I don't know if it's the same person. The problem is, out of all the people that I found, only 2 of them, or maybe 3 of the families I haven't had any contact with, and Thomas Ashwell is one of them. His son or whatever, Mark, I asked him, he just said, can't help you. All right, thank you.
Thanks.
But I've talked to Thomas Ashwell's. I've tried to reach out through text messages and emails for all of his kids, Wendy, Kelly, I even know the kids' names, Mark and Richard, and have not gotten a response back. And just last week, or 2 weeks ago, when we put him up, I emailed Mark, because I got an actual response back, so I know that email works. And I said, hey, just want to let you know we put your father up on the website and whatever, and haven't heard back. So that's frustrating. But I think the daughters would be receptive. I just can't. And that's always the toughest thing is if I get a foot in the door, I know I'm okay. But sometimes I can't get a foot in the door. So I go from, the son to the wife, to the kid, to the brother, to all, as many people in the family as I can. And I'll say, like, if you can't help me, please forward this to somebody that can. And we're doing this in a place where we're honoring these people, so they're always willing to help. But he's been really tough. But he was one that I just did on my own, because I was like, I know that face, I know that's him, and I know that he's in this other film, so I didn't have to do that much. And the other one that's really been on my case is Jack Givens. I cannot contact him. Yeah. Because I believe his wife was a ghoul in Night. That's my hypothesis. And
it's certainly possible.
And oh, I thought, are you looking at something?
I'm just looking at some notes.
Okay, I thought you were going to ask me something. Sorry.
Well, I just wanted to kind of get into, so we're showing the stuff that you've done here for finding Thomas here. How did you get started? I guess how did you get started or get involved with Jim Cernella and Image 10 to start doing all this? Did you start doing it and then they kind of discovered you, or was it like, did you reach out to them? How did that all come about?
Do you want the short answer, the long answer, or the extra long answer?
Just a summation, I guess, of just how it all came about. Because I want to get into. I just want to get it because I want to talk about Sharon Carroll. I got so much. I could talk to you for like 4 or 5 hours, but I don't want to keep you up all fucking night.
I got nowhere to be. All right, so I'll try to summarize the extra long answer because it's really interesting to get to that point. And then once I get the little bit, then I'll get into the more of the meat of it thing. So as you know, I've told you I've always been a fan of these films, but I'm a guitar player. So I got into this guitar player named Alan Holdsworth. He's the guy that uses the syntaxe thing. And I saw him live, which I didn't know anything about him. I was like, well, I really wish I can do this and like play like this guy. And I didn't get it. I couldn't get it. And then 2016 comes around. I start to get it. And then 2017, he's supposed to play in New York City now that I'm like really into this stuff. And he dies April 2017. And I get really upset because it's like, wow, just when I started to like get this guy's stuff, go see him, he passes away. So I said, from that point on, I'm going to make myself a better musician. So I started learning his songs, and his songs are very difficult. It's hard to really explain, but he's really into improvisation and like it's a lot of material. For most people, they don't know what's going on. So I start learning it, and I decide, hey, you know what? This is like pretty cool, and I'm starting to see like some similar. Maybe I'll start doing videos on this stuff. And I started doing lesson videos on Alan Holdsworth. So I'm sitting in this room playing them, and I've got my Dawn of the Dead, things and everything behind me or whatever. And it does really well. Like people are always commenting on it. They're appreciating it, and I'm doing it for free. Here's this hour-long video that I did. I figured out how to play this song correctly using live footage and all this kind of stuff. So 2018 rolls around, and I've already have like, a decent following. And I say, you know what? Was it 2018? I'm sorry, 2021. 2021? 2022. Because you were at Living Dead Weekend 1 year earlier than me. So it's like March, and I got the 4K version of Night. And I said, hey, let me look through it, because I watched it in theaters, when it came out. I said, oh, I got the 4K version of Night. But for some reason, I didn't think that they even put it on Blu-ray or anything. That's how out removed I was. It was I'm watching my
out of it,
yeah. So I get the 4K version. I'm sorry, it was the Blu-ray at the time. It was the 2K version, and I start watching it, and I'm enjoying it. And I look and I see when they're dragging John Russo out that the house has a staircase that's behind the piano, and I went, "Oh wow, that's really cool! Like I never noticed that before. Does anyone else know? Let me join the Night of the Living Dead Facebook group, and I'll post about that." So I posted like, hey, look, did anyone like this is what's great about this 2K thing? Does anyone know that because again, I'm finding stuff that I don't think anyone else had seen. Yeah. And Jim Cernella comments and he goes, hey, John, love your Alan Holdsworth videos. By the way, the house did have 2 scare cases and whatever. And I went, oh, you like know my stuff from like the Alan world. And
so then he knew you not even related to any Romero or anything. He was listening.
And so I go, oh, wow. Now I recognize your name. Also, because he's another big Alan Holdsworth fan. I said, oh, yeah, you've commented on my stuff before. All I know is his name is Jim Cernella, and he's like the administrator of the group.
Right.
Oh wow, that's really cool. And then I start saying, hey, you know what? I got the hankering to go to Evans City because when I went in 2006, I drove down and I saw the sign for Evans City, but it was like 5 a.m. and I never went. I want to go to the cemetery, and then I look online and go, oh, there's this like Living Dead weekend thing in June. Hey, if I go there, I can go to Evans City too, and I'll sort of kill two birds with one stone. Great. So I go there. I'm waiting to go there, and then Jim he sends me a message. Hey, are you going to Living Dead weekend? Yeah. Okay, I'll see you there. All right. I don't know what Jim looks like because he doesn't post his photo anywhere,
Yeah.
So I circle, and I didn't know what because I said I'm not an autograph person. So I went Friday night. I got there right when it was closing. And I walked around the mall. Oh, that's pretty cool. All right. And then I come back on that Saturday and I'm hanging out. And I see someone. I'm like, oh, I think that's Jim. And he eventually comes over to me and we start talking. And we talk for, feels like an hour about Night of the Living Dead and Alan Holdsworth and all this kind of stuff. Again, this is all I know about him. And he says, hey, like, oh, you're going to go to the VIP thing? No, I didn't get that. I'm going to go. And he just hands me the VIP badge. I was like, oh, cool. All right. And then he introduces me to
lucky bastard. Nobody's done that to me. Shit.
So he starts introducing me to Jeannie Jeffries and like, oh, have you ever met George? And I'm like, this is like unbelievable. Like, I don't know how I got to this point. So, and I'm getting upset because I never met George and I'm telling her about this stuff. And, so then I talked to Jim for, a long time. And then afterwards about Night of the Living Dead, that's what it was. So that's because that was also the return of the Night 90 thing. So like I went to the screening on that night and actually, I can't believe I don't remember her name. McKee Anderson, out of all the places, sits next to me. And we watched the movie together in the theater. And afterwards I go, you've got terrible taste in men. And she started laughing. But I didn't know that she was one of Jim's clients. So, and actually,
that's right. Yeah.
Jim was there actually, but we didn't meet. But I was like, oh, I think that's the guy because he knows what I look like. I don't know what he looks like.
You're at a disadvantage there.
Yeah. But I'm just going, I went by myself, just, walking around. So, it was, so I tell Jim about Evans City and he goes, oh, we'll go there. So I think that was Sunday morning. Sunday morning was Gary's birthday, Gary Strider's birthday. And we drive up to the cemetery. Yeah, we drive up to the cemetery. He's showing me all the things, the cemetery. He's giving me the whole tour or whatever.
There's no better person to give you a tour of the Evans City Cemetery, or no two people better to give you a tour of Evans City Cemetery than Jim Cernella and Gary Strider. That's for damn sure.
So, well, Gary wasn't there because this was early in the morning. Derek Reed was there. He was like helping Jim at the time. So I met him for the first time there. And I drove my car there. And as I'm driving back, he gets a call from Russ. So about Gary's birthday, he's going to buy these cupcakes. I remember saying like, "Oh, I'll buy them," just to say like I bought cupcakes for the. You
bought cupcakes for Gary Strider? Yeah. Hell yeah!
Yeah. So I get there. He's like, "Oh, I have to get back because I got to take them or whatever." I still don't know who he is or what he does or whatever. But I'm like, this is just like very overwhelming. So I'm hanging out. I go to see Jim, and he's not there, but Gary's there. And I go and I talk to Gary about stuff. He goes, oh yeah, I think Jim told me about. I was like, me? Like, oh okay, this is like very flattering. So I tell him, oh, I met Jim because your house has 2 staircases. He goes, no, the house only had 1 staircase. And I went, it has 2. Like, I'll show you. I pulled up the YouTube clip. He goes, well, let's talk to my brother. And then he brings him and me over to Russ, and Bill Moseley was there. And then as soon as he sits down, he brings the cupcakes over, and now I have a great picture of them sort of clinking cupcakes. And I'm like sitting there for this. And like, this is the first time I met any of these people. And Gary goes, did the house have 2 staircases? And Russ goes, yeah, absolutely. And, Gary looked at me like surprised. I was like, well, I'm sorry. I'm trying to be that guy, but like, I thought you knew, but I was saying that's how I met Jim. Then it got sort of involved in all this stuff. And then after that, months later, he says, hey, do you want to help me out at the Chiller convention and the October one? I was like, oh, yes, absolutely. Then I started to very slowly understand what he does, and all the things that he, and I'm geeking out, doing my normal things, finding the stuff about the moon and telling, Russ about that or whatever. So now I start to learn what Jim does. And this is October of 2022. I meet Chris Stravakis for the first time, and he was the first one that made me feel like part of it, because I feel like I'm this like weirdo that's off to the side. Because I said, oh yeah, I remember you from the this and that, and the library music, and it's like, oh yeah, da, 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 da. So his personality immediately made me feel like,
oh, Chris is great. Chris is like the friendliest dude you'll ever meet. Like even if you've never met him, he's never met you.
Yeah.
Like he's immediately just like, hey, what's up, buddy? Like, and let's talk.
I needed that. I needed it because I felt like very weird, because these are only people that I've never met before, and now I'm like behind the booth having to work with them. And that's Ken Peters was there for the first time, and I talked to him and Ella May and all those people, and it was also the Creepshow 2 thing. So Gornick was there, and I talked to Gornick, and we talked about Alan Holdsworth, and I told him like, oh, this is my guy. What do you like to listen to for jazz? And he gave me a guide. I was like, this is like overwhelming. Like I'm having these conversations with
it's surreal. It's surreal shit. Yeah. Like even in the moment, like it doesn't hit you until like it's over, and then you think back and you're like, wow, that's kind of crazy. Like if you would have told 16-year-old me or 20-year-old me, like you'd be doing this shit, you'd be like, there's no fucking way.
Yeah.
But then it's just like, here you are,
Yeah. And I'm not nervous around these people, which is even really weird, because I've told them, you guys are my celebrities. Like, oh my God, I'm like,
you're so you're Tom Davinsky to most people. To me, you're Brad Pitt. Like,
like so. So now fast forwarding, I'm understanding more of what Jim does, and I'm doing my normal stuff, and I find little things here and there. And I said to Jim, hey, I'm going to post about this. This is probably February of this year. I'm going to post this in the Facebook group. He goes, no, don't post that stuff, because I might want to use you for something. Okay. So he tells me that he wants to, like, oh, maybe you can start helping out with some, like, doing some research and whatever. And I said, oh, okay, that sounds kind of cool. He wanted to, like, he said something, he had all these ideas, and I wasn't sure if I was comfortable enough to do it, because I'm not like an internet personality person. I'm happy doing my research in the back. So I'm getting to now how this whole thing kind of starts. We get to March. I told Jim in October that their next convention was in Vegas. And I said, I've never been to Vegas. I'm going to go. And Jim said, I basically have carte blanche to go to any of these conventions that I want to. And I said, great. All right. We're going to Vegas. So 2 weeks before the Vegas trip happens, he goes, did you get your ticket, the airline flight? I go, no. He says, well, you have to get one. I said, oh, I thought you were going to get one, and I would just pay you. We'd be on the same flight. I didn't realize that like the promoter pays him and the guests or whatever, so I have to go separately. So I went, all right, and I booked my flight. The week later, his wife had injured her wrist, and they were going to have somebody to fill in. And they go, and Jim calls me up, and he says, the person that we were going to use can't make it. I have to stay home. Can you go and represent me in Vegas? And I went, okay. So now I'm the guy, but it was very easy. I didn't have to handle the money or anything, but I sat next to Judy O'Day for the whole event. You have Russ and Judy, all these people. So now I'm getting to how it's starting. Someone's signing stuff, and we're talking little things, and someone comes up with one of the posters and says, she goes, this guy's name is Frank. I can't remember what his last name is. And he goes, and the guy goes away. And I went, no one knows who this guy is. Like, what's his, I don't know. And I was like, oh, well, like, is there anyone else in the film that you don't know, that no one knows? And she goes, Al Pankoff. I went, okay, where is he? And I pulled up the movie, and she goes, no, that's him. And I went, oh, and how do you spell that? Pankoff. I went, oh, okay. So I started looking online, and I found Pankoff dealers, but I couldn't find anything about him. So I started telling Jim about all this stuff. Yep, that's why Al Pankoff is number one, because he's really the one that kicked everything off.
So he was the one that kind of got the ball rolling on everything when you first found him. So he was kind of the first one that you were like, oh, because I know that he was dating Judith at the time, but that they were.
I don't know if it was at the time, but I know that at least there was something. I don't know if it was at the time, but they definitely had dated.
So he was the one that kind of got the ball rolling then. Okay. So it's all kind of starting to come together here.
Yeah. So because now we're going to go a little bit deeper with this.
Okay.
So I can't find him, but I know that he exists, and I start watching this. It's funny because he's actually mentioned in the 1994 commentary. So I thought I was special. Really? I found this guy, but he's actually named in it. But then I'm like, why can't I find anything about him? And then I realized, like, what if I was looking somewhere and then they had a different spelling, and then once I put in Pankoff PF, then I was able to find, and I was looking in the newspaper. So then I started to find his obituary and everything, and I was like, oh, okay, now this was a person and all this kind of stuff. So I told Jim and I found Al Pankoff and whatever. And then in looking for him, I found somebody else that's going to be named in a few weeks. And I said, oh, this is really cool. So then he's like, okay, well, come in and I want you to be on this Image 10 call. All right. So then we start talking and trying to figure out what I'm going to do. And I said, oh, maybe you'll do research. I said, okay, I don't have to worry about being on.
I don't have to be a personality, you can just, you can do all the dirty work behind the scenes.
Yeah. I didn't know what they wanted me to do, but I wanted to do a good job, and anything else would have made me feel weird. But what really struck me was when we were done, it was Daz and Gary and I, and Russ was there, and Russ had left, and we were just BSing for a little bit. Gary said something like, yeah, no, we do this, but I want to do this stuff for my brother because he deserves it. Da, da, da. And all of a sudden my focus went from oh, this is kind of fun to this is serious now.
It's important. Yeah,
I want to do this important
work,
especially that it was for his brother. It was it was for the love of this thing. So
that's awesome.
Then Chiller was shortly afterwards in April, and I said to Jim, am I okay to do this thing? Because if you give me the okay, I'm going to start going crazy. And he said, yes, you can email people, because I said, I have to use your names. I have to say I'm working behalf of Gary Schreiner and I don't want to start putting out names and, for whatever reason, I want to make sure that I got the okay from them. And I did. And that was April. And then the next day I already had these people that I was looking for. And I went crazy. And one of the first things I did was I said, well, let me look in the archives. Let me look at the Pittsburgh archives, for Georgia stuff. And in one of the boxes, they have something. It was called a Ghoul and Posse. Not a Ghoul. It was a contact list and box information. So I messaged Larry. I said, Larry, do you have photos of this stuff? And he showed me them. And I went, okay, well, I know that's all those people. But on the side of it was a little sliver of paper, looked like this. And on that side had phone numbers on it. And I was like, all right, let me look through some of those numbers. And I don't know how I had found it, because also I had found the Pittsburgh phone book, and I was writing this information down. Because another good thing is they have all the phone books from 1960 to 1972 for Pittsburgh. And I found Al Pankoff's address and his phone number. One of the numbers in there was Al Pankoff's phone number. And I went, that sheet is important. I have to find this sheet. So I asked Larry, what happened to the sheet? I couldn't find it. Then 3 days later, he goes, hey, guess what? And he sends me a photo of it. I went, oh my God, yes. And then the next day, the University of Pittsburgh sent me a photo of it as well. So I got it from two sources.
I remember seeing that photo. Larry sent me that. He was like, because I can't remember how it came up into the conversation. I was talking to Larry a little bit back and forth. And he was like, oh, yeah, I sent this to John the other day. Check all this out. And I was just like, wow, that's like a fucking gold mine there. I'm because at the time you were just kind of teasing, because I remember we were talking on Facebook. You were just kind of teasing a little bit of just oh yeah, I'm working on something. I'm waiting on something from Larry from the archive, and I'm just like, well, what the hell could it be? So I start kind of poking around a little bit, trying to piece it together. But
because again, I don't want to I don't know what's secret, what should I don't want to spoil anything. And again, I'm working in my mind for them. This is their information that I'm the conduit through. So I don't want to, upset the apple cart or whatever. So I finally
do you feel any pressure with that though? Do you feel any pressure
No.
Okay.
Especially now. No, it's a thrill. When I find someone new, I get out of one of the guys that all right. So the Super 8, now that it's out there, the Super 8 colored footage that I found, when I found the daughter of who filmed it, and I found the guy who was in the film, It was at like 2:30. I couldn't fall asleep. I was so excited because it was someone that I was looking for so long. I was like, I did it! Finally put a name to this face. So, but that list was super important because that list had maybe 12 names on it, and it had names that we've heard before, but also had plenty of other names that were unknown. Right. And it had names and addresses and phone numbers. And I said, okay, now it's time to go to work because now I have to find these people. So from there, I started to get better, like not only using the newspaper, but using obviously like MyHeritage and using the phone book. And I don't want to give up my website.
Those still exist?
Yeah, I have my sort of secret sauce website that I use that's really helpful, that for no other purpose of otherwise getting legal names. And that helps out because then once I know what the legal name is, I can try to find like a birth date and a pass away date. And so what happens is I'm always building on information. So I think this could like, not so much for Sharon, but like I'll get a name and say, okay, well I have to know if this person exists, and I'll look at this website and I'll know, oh, that they could have existed in Pittsburgh at this time. And like MyHeritage and whatever, when were they born? And I'll use Find a Grave or whatever, and I try to get one piece of info. Oh, now I know the name and I know when they were born. Let me get the exact day. And then I put that into, let's say, maybe the newspaper, and I might get another hit, and I get the wife's name, and I start to build this up until I basically hone into, like, it's this person. Obituaries, of course.
You're a fucking private eye, man. You're a detective. That's all it is. It's detective work. I picture you like when I'm thinking about like when I picture you, those boards you see in detective movies that have like all this stuff here and there, and there's like the red and yellow string going from one to the other. I'm just like, I bet that's what that motherfucker's apartment looks like right now.
That's in here, that's in my head.
You got all the streams going on in your head.
Yeah.
There you go.
But I also have all this stuff like written out in some way. One of the first things that I did was once, even before I was going to work with Jim, is I grouped all the ghoul scenes together and said, oh, these were the people here that day. Here are the people. This might have been on that. So I separated all the ones that were shot for that day. And then I could say, these are all the people that are there, and these are the people that are unknown. Then let me take screenshots of these unknown people. And then when I would get photos, I'd say, oh, this is a good photo of this unknown person. And I would do that for all the people. So I have, a file.
So do you have a pretty good idea of what was shot on what day at this point? Have you pieced that together? How much of that have you pieced together at this point?
Some of it. The in the house stuff is the toughest, but my instinct is this is what happened. Also, we know, and one of the first things that I said to Jim that said like, oh, don't post this, like we'll use it for something, was finding out the actual first, because they always said, oh, we shot the cemetery scene first, and then we went back and we shot it later. Well, what scenes from there that they shot were in there? And I looked at the way that the tie was tied, and I was able to pick up where the tie was tied a little bit different. And I said, okay.
That's brilliant detective work, sir. I got to give you credit on that one.
But then someone said something even better, because when they went to Phoenix, which I didn't go to, I had something that was in April. I would have gone, and this is what blows my mind, like Judy O'Day, and then like, oh, where's John? We're hoping to see him there. And I was like, oh my God, that's more mind blowing.
You know me.
Yeah. So someone said, no, Russ's glasses are different. And I went, oh, I never noticed that. And that helps.
I've never noticed that either.
That helps out more. There are only 2 scenes in the film that were shot that first day. One is the car parking, and Russ talking from Barbara's camera. Where he's in the driver's side, and you're looking from Barbara's window in.
Right.
That was the only thing that was shot that first day. All the other times, the glasses are different, and I know all that's October.
Shit, I'm gonna have to go back and look. I'm gonna have to go back and look at that then. I've never noticed it.
Yeah, it's very subtle, but when you see it, you go, "Oh yeah, they are different." And I was looking because he's got like a wedding ring in one. He doesn't have a wedding ring when he puts on the glove, and I'm looking for all these little things. So then I know that the second day, they've always said it's like Barbara running to the house and stuff like that. And actually, I think those color photos that were taken the first day that they were at the farmhouse. was like, production thing. Like, oh, we're finally here. We got the cast here. We're going to take those colors, them and like, hanging out. They're all
having
posed.
the picnic.
That was, I think,
the
before
picnic with Carl and Dwayne. And
yeah, I think that was shot before they even filmed in the farmhouse. Most of June, I think, is farmhouse filming, and that's where it gets tough because there's no way to tell what's what. But I can tell from the makeup what's early and what's later. And it seems like they were probably taking a very long time with the interior shots. And I think it was mostly done chronologically, where they were, making sure that they got the right takes or whatever. But I think when they crossed over to the second half of filming was pretty much like the last 20 minutes, like when the siege actually happens, then there's a lot of rushing. Then I think there's a lot more that's because they wanted to get the movie in the can. So finding like dates for some of the in the house stuff would probably be close to impossible. But I could probably group it together. If I get all the photos, I might be able to like find something in there. But that's what it seems to be, that they like took more time with the talking parts in the farmhouse. And then most of the action stuff, a lot of inserts, all the shots that you see, the people getting shot were done in the second half of shooting, not in the earlier half. So like, oh, now that we get the gunshots, we can like add that in somewhere, which is why like the ghoul scenes are all like, they don't make any sense. And even I have a hypothesis that Bill Heinzman was not, it's not John Russo, but Bill Heinzman was not the first choice to be the cemetery zombie, that it's somebody else. And knowing that now is why like that scene is such a mess, where like Bill Heinzman's coming to the house and then it switches to like all these different other ghouls and stuff like that. So
it is kind of weird. Yeah,
I'll come up with these hypotheses and then I throw them at Jim, and I basically, he's my litmus test to see if it passes or not, because he'll say, well, that can't be because of, and I'll go, okay, but he'll go like, oh, that's plausible, or that's plausible. I go, oh, so like one of the new things that I messaged him about was the car accident, when the car being damaged.
It's a tree, yeah.
In the script, the car goes down the hill, and then it like comes up on a hill, and then it like sort of just like, just sort of settles. So there's only those two little scenes that are shot in the cemetery in June. Everything else in the cemetery is shot in the fall. But we see the car, and we have production stills of like the car that's undamaged. If you just take the shots of the car actually being damaged, it's like 30 seconds of footage. Right. So like out of the entire cemetery scene, it's only like the last little bit. And somebody said that they were there and they watched the whole like thing that it was done on that day when the car hitting the tree. And I said, well, it's 2 different days because we have like, here's the car where it's actually undamaged. My hypothesis is that they actually filmed everything the first day, and then when Russ's mother got into the accident, they went back and refilmed it.
Yeah,
because only
I was going to ask. I was thinking like, because in the original script, if it does just kind of settle. Or even if they filmed that initially, but then when the car got damaged, they were like, "Well, let's use this." Like, yeah,
or they might have actually filmed the car hitting the tree, but in a way where it's tough to see that it's damaged. Now they can kind of get in, so like that we won't know. But it's so small that's like there's no way that they filmed this much on one day, and then stopped to only film 15 seconds, because it's literally the car hitting the tree. And then Barbara running out and Bill Heinzman running out, and that's it. There's nothing else, So that's what I mean. I'll come up with these little things, and then I'll use other photos that like might hold weight, or just the nerdy stuff that I kind of do. But that's the long-winded story. I was trying to summarize it, but like I went from just like 2 years ago not knowing these people, but now I'm like
now you're like right in the middle of it, yeah.
And like one of the videos that I did.
Well, thank God for what you're doing, though. I mean,
oh, thank you.
It's like I feel like people like you, people like Jim, people like Larry, Blasey, like all these people from over the Norman, England, even like just all these people from over the years that have like helped keep these movies alive. And I think a lot of that is just always discovering new things about them, adding more intrigue to them, bringing more people into the fold. And I think the perfect example of that is Sharon Carroll. Like bringing her to a Living Dead weekend for the first time. She had no idea that this was even a thing, that there was anybody that would pay her for a signature or anything. She had no clue. So I thought one of my favorite aspects of Living Dead weekend last year was getting to meet her and just seeing her excitement and amazement of just like, I had no idea that this was a thing, but I'm having a blast and I can't wait to come back and do this again type of thing.
And that's the personality that got her into the film, like LMA, like, I'm paid.
Let's do it. Yeah. Let's do it. So how did you, specifically on Sharon, we'll focus on her. How did you first discover her? How did you contact her when you asked her about, because you were the one that reached out about bringing her to Living Dead weekend, correct?
Yes and
or
no.
was it Jim?
It's Jim, but it really, I mean, I found her, but I'll explain, why. Okay. So I try to do things in like levels. It's like, okay, what's the first thing that I want to do? I want to identify everybody in the credits, So I haven't. It's
a good start. Yeah.
Yeah. Just to say like, okay, we have all of them. I mean, I was finding other people, but it's like goals, finding out all the people in the credits, finding all the ghouls, and then finding everybody. That's like my order of like importance. So the problem with female names is you don't know if that's a married name or an unmarried name,
Right.
So I put in, and this is early. This is very early. She was I
not a Living Dead sleuth. I like that.
Yeah. So I put her name into the newspaper, into Google newspapers, and I got a hit. It was an obituary. It said blah blah blah, granddaughter Sharon Carroll. Blah, blah, blah. But again, it's not a specific name. It's a very generic name. How do I know that this is Sharon Carroll? Oh, they even put that in there. That's funny.
Yeah, I noticed that when I was looking at it.
I made sure. I told you I'm not an autograph person. I got her first autograph, and it was to sign "The Zombies Ate My Neighbors." Because it's personal now. It's different. I'm never gonna get. But like with these people, it's like I have a connection with them. So I found Sharon Carroll's a name, in an obituary, and it had other names in it. And then I said, okay, let me use some of these other names, and I found another obituary, but now it was Sharon with another last name. So I started looking into that, and there she is, next to Phil Smith and Reed Servinsky. Mm-hmm. And I said, all right, let me reach out in an email. So I reached out in an email and got no response. And I was like, all right, because I was still new to this. Months later, I find my little secret sauce website, that I was using, and I put in Sharon Carroll's name. And the website is really good because you can just put in like Carroll S, and you'll get every Carroll with the first name that starts with S. So even if it's a little bit off or whatever, you can find all these people. And there was only one instance of a Sharon Carroll. She was married to this person, and like the year was like 1966, and then that was it. Then she disappears, and I go, okay, well, this is certainly plausible. But now I had the husband's name, so then I start digging through the husband. I found out that it was Sharon Carroll was her married name, and her husband's name at the time was William E. Carroll. So I start looking through. I find he had passed away in like the early 80s or whatever, and I'm looking through, and I went, well, how do I know that this is the Sharon Carroll that was on the obituary thing that I'm sorry. It was, what is actually her real last name then? Sharon Carroll, because I know it's a married name, but I don't know what her real last name is, to do a little to dig a little bit deeper. So this was months, like a long time ago. So I'm trying to piece it through. What was the next step?
Is she actually in the credits?
Yes, she's in the credits as Sharon Carroll.
Okay.
And then then I went, hey, wait a minute. I had that like obituary with Sharon Carroll in it. And I knew that it was Sharon E. Carroll, but I don't know what the Sharon Carroll was in the obituary. How do I know that these are the same people? So, because it could be the same, but again, I don't even know if that's the same person that's in the film. I just have to find that these two things I found independently are actually the same person, because there's no other information, So I started digging, And I was like, I couldn't find her maiden. I actually paid $4 for the Allegheny County records to give me like a copy of the marriage certificate so I could get her real last name. And I never got anything. So, but the name that I originally found in the obituary after her last name had changed, I started digging through there, and I found another name, which is her current last name. And I was like, oh, all right. I don't know if this is the same person or not. Let me start like digging in a little bit deeper. So I find her on Facebook, and I'm looking through, and I go like, I don't know, maybe. And I'm talking to Jim about this. It was a Tuesday. I think Living Dead weekend was 2 weeks away, or a week and a half.
Yeah, it wasn't too far off, because I remember.
So
I knew it was when you mentioned like, now Jim said I have to get her to Living Dead weekend. I'm like, that's gonna be a tough sell and in such a short period of time, because she's in Florida now.
Yes, yeah. So I'm at the gym, and I'm talking to Jim about this. And actually, how it started was I said, hey, do you have any photos of this? Because I was looking for Sharon, the woman that I was finding was in what she looked like was the woman that was in the Day for Night shot, the one that's on the cover of Zombies Ate My Neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking for a visual reference of that. I said, do you have any better photos of this person? And Jim sent me a photo of her and Paula sitting on the porch of the farmhouse. I said, I've never seen that photo, but it's really big. I can look into it. And I'm going like, oh, the nose and everything is really close. Jim, I think I found this person. And we're talking a little bit. I basically said in the email, if this isn't her, I don't think we're ever finding this woman, because like I've exhausted everything.
Yeah.
So I start, and as I'm talking to Jim, I go, she's an artist. So let me put her name into Instagram. So I put her name into Instagram, and I find her, and she's, not posting or doing anything, but she's following certain people. I said, well, someone at this age, they're probably, have daughters or whatever. And as I'm looking through, it's very creepy, but this is what you have to do. As I'm looking through,
it's a dirty job. Somebody's got to do it.
Recognize a daughter's name, Rachel, with the same last name that was in the obituary that I found. And I went,
ding,
and I clicked on it, and I start looking through, and it's that photo of her with the big hair, and she goes, this is my mom in Night of the Living Dead. And I freaked out.
Awesome.
I said, Jim, I effing did it. I knew it. I found it. And then he goes, you got to get her to Evans City. He said, how am I going to do that? The problem
that's hilarious. I like that you have this moment of triumph. It's like, I've done it. And Jim's just immediately like, okay, well, now get her to Evans City.
It literally was like the next text message. And I was like, I can't do that.
Jim was just like, you've accomplished nothing. You gotta get her. You gotta get her to Living Dead weekend.
Yeah.
Now. And you're just like, oh shit. All right.
So I'm like, but it's not that I can't do it. I don't know what to say to entice her. Like, do they pay for X, Y, and Z? I said, I can't. I don't want to say something and it turns out that not to be true. And she's coming from Florida. At first, it was a miracle that she was still alive.
Oh yeah.
Which I hate to say, but like a lot of the people that I found, I would say out of like the 30, maybe 7 are still alive. She was relatively young at the time, so that obviously helped. And she keeps up. She's got her she's got her faculties. She's not like
yeah.
So I was like, well, I don't know how can I do it, because I see that she's posted on Facebook, so at least she's like mobile and stuff. So I said, Jim, you have to do it. So I gave Jim all of her info, and he called her the next day, and that was it. And he said, well, I'll talk about it, because there was like an issue with her husband or whatever. And then like 3 days later, she goes, oh no, I'm going to make it. And I was like, I can't believe it. And they announced
she had no idea this whole time, like that Night of the Living, like I'm sure she understood that Night of the Living Dead was kind of a cult movie and stuff. And I know I talked to her about this at the convention. She was just like, I knew it was kind of a cult movie, like, but I had no idea about this,
And I just get that a lot, where they go like, oh, my uncle didn't think it was that big of a deal, so he didn't really say much about it. And I was like, this is a big deal because it's like one of the most important films ever, you know, so like that you were a part of, even if you were in the background. So for me, it's doing all that stuff and I've got other nice comments, like John Simpson's daughter had messaged me. Some other people were like, we really appreciate what you're doing to like preserve the history of the film and all that kind of stuff. So I've gotten that importance. I appreciate, because to me, it's bigger than me. You know, it's like, I'm doing everything that I can to find everything that I can to like give as much information as possible, because this is all I can do. I don't have any other like skills to help promote the movie or say why it's important. The only thing that I can really do is have people learn about it and honor the people that were in it that helped. Even they were there for a day, like all the posse members were there for a day. Like Don Wadsworth, he's in 3 scenes just holding a gun, but you know, he's an accomplished actor. You know, he's done a lot of work. And I actually talked to him through John Amplis, because when I was at Living Dead Weekend, I mentioned him to John Amplis, and he said, oh, it was one of the best actors that I ever worked with. You know, so it's
I remember reading that.
Let people know that, you know, they had a part of this film, and other people that I found that had like really amazing careers that like did this kind of thing that was very, so he did all this kind of great, actually his bio on his website, if you click on it, is massive, but I try to keep it pretty straightforward. You know, and also trying to find them in the movie. So like now I know what they look like, you know, this is you, that's you. So like, and the thing is, for me, what makes it a little like, I have the backing of Image 10, which makes it easier for me to do, but I don't have any special skill. Like, I'm not like, I could just look at someone and say, that guy looks like this kind of thing. What I was trying to say is all this information that I found, anyone could have found. All that stuff.
I think your special skill is your determination and your focus on doing, like that's like I said about John Russo. I mean, well, you can say what you want about his films or whatever, like whether they're good, bad, indifferent, whatever. And you can say like, oh, what did he bring to Night of the Living Dead? I think everybody kind of brought their own special thing to it. Russo's determination throughout his entire career is just as valuable as anything else. I mean, you can it's like I think it was in the Vanilla documentary on that Arrow video where they were talking about Rudy Ritchie and all these great screenplays and ideas and stuff that he had that he just never did anything with. They were just in a box in a garage somewhere. And I think it was Russ who said like, oh, you can have all the greatest ideas in the world. There you go. You can have all the greatest ideas in the world, but if you never do anything with them, what's the point? It's like, yeah, you could, it's like you could just kind of, you know, look into certain things here and there, but your determination to find this stuff out, I mean, it's super important.
Thank you. Well, like I said, now I have the weight of like Image 10's backing, and it's for this very important movie. If this was something that I wanted to do for myself, I never would have done it. But now that I feel like I have their expectations to live up to, I'm going to try to do as best as I can. You know, and that's why what really sucks is I need photos, because I need photos to show people. So I'm always yelling at Jim, you know, send me all these photos, because this is the only known photo of this person that I can send to this person that they can say that that's them, or, you know, that's not them. But I was also saying, if this was 10 years,
pretty incredible. Real quick, just looking at that, it's pretty incredible. Don Wadsworth is this guy who's really just a background guy in the background of Night of the Living Dead. And then you look at him, he's coached Oscar-nominated actors Bob Hoskins, Ellen Burstyn, Olympia Dukakis. I mean, it's you know, what a career. But you would never, like, we would have never known that this guy was in Night of the Living Dead had it not been for the work and the time that you're putting into doing this. So, I mean, that just goes to show how important a lot of this stuff is. I mean,
and every time I do this, I always try to talk to them and say, like, you know, what do you know anyone else that was in the film? You know, do you know this? And that's how that thing opens up. And he mentioned, like, on that list that I had, his name was on it and another guy's name was on it. And I said, do you know anyone else in the film? He goes, oh yeah, these two guys and this other guy. I go, oh, that guy's not in the list. And he ID'd him, and I was able to find him, you know, because like he went to the same Pittsburgh, graduated at Point Park and Theater for the Pittsburgh Playhouse. So it's like, yeah, they're going to know all of these people. Like, oh, that's this person and that's that person. So I'm always trying to expand when I talk to somebody new, you know, tell me everything that you know, whether you think I know it or not. Or there's anyone else that was involved, because they might give me a little piece of it. Like, so when I found that Super 8 film, the daughter told me something about the person that was in the film, and that made me realize that 2 scenes that I thought were shot on the same day were not, because she said, "Oh, my father didn't drive." I said, "Well, the person that he went with is in both of these scenes. He didn't drive him home and then come back to the set and then change his clothes. So these had to have been on different days." And then thinking of them as different days means, oh, these other unknown people are also in these other shots. So they had to have had a closer connection to the film. They weren't someone that was just a neighbor. And then some of the people, it was so extraneous when I found them. Like, one of the guys was Judy O'Day's father's golfing buddy's neighbor. That's how extraneous it gets. And he was on that list. So I'm always trying to, like, who do you know? You know, what do you remember in the film? But also, like, now it's easy because everything's separated, and I can say, like, if I get a name, I can find them, and if I know what they look like, I can say these are the only 2 people you can be, because like there's currently right now, I want to say there's 5 unknown male ghouls. Hopefully that'll get to be 4 soon. 6 unknown women, and maybe like 20 posse people, maybe 25 posse people. And so it's like, oh, you played a ghoul. Well, you can only be these people. And, you know, if you have dark hair or whatever, well, you can't be these people. You can only be this person. So the more people that I find, the smaller that cone becomes. And it's easier it gets easier to find people.
Narrow it down, yeah.
It's harder to get. I'll give you another example how this happens. So when I went to Massachusetts, the main night people were there. You had Kyra, both Judy's, Russ, and John Russo right in the middle. So I don't know how it came up, but I was talking to Judith Ridley, and I was saying how Josephine Striner had told Jim that she brought like a coworker, or maybe coworkers to, you know, they played as a ghoul. And I was like, okay, how am I going to find this person? Because they were a coworker. I asked Russ, oh, she worked at the Federal Rice Drug Company, which is like a mail order pharmaceutical thing or something. It was weird. Whatever it was mail order. And they went bankrupt. Yeah, they went bankrupt in like 1970 or something. They had like 100 employees. I'm like, how am I going to find this kind of thing? So I don't know how, but I was talking to Judith, and you know, as I'm talking, she stops and she goes, she gives me the name, which again is going to be private, because again, that ruins the surprise. And I went, it was a nickname. And I was like, that's it? She goes, if it's her, it's probably this person. I went, all right, because she was married to Russ shortly afterwards, and this was a friend of hers. So she actually knew who this person was. So I went, oh, okay, let me go to Russ. Russ, Judith says that your mother's friend was blah, and he gives me the full first name. I went, oh, that's a very unusual name. And he starts thinking, and he gives me the last name, which is another very unusual last name. I went, okay, spell it out. So he spells it out. Great. I'm going, and I bring this is all my work. I mean, it's on my computer, but like I bring this to all the events because this has a backup of all my photos, all the work that I'm doing, but also has all the websites and stuff that I use. So I got to the hotel room and I plunk the name into my secret sauce website, and nothing comes up. So I'm all right. Maybe the name is spelled wrong. Let me look in the phone book, or let me just look in the phone book, and I don't find the name, but I find it spelled slightly different with only 2 initials. It was the name and then the first name initial. I went, oh, okay. Let me dig a little bit deeper and now put the real first name with the corrected last name from the phone book. And I found it right away. It wasn't very hard. And I went to Russ the next morning and said, hey, yeah, your mom's friend, she's still alive. I found her. You know, it was great. So when I got home, what's the next step? Contacting them. The problem is with contacting people that are still alive is they're usually older. So it's hard to really get in contact with them. So you got to look for daughters and stuff like that. And unfortunately, obituaries are good because it's like, oh, this is their name and where they live. And
Sorry, have you come across anybody that has been hostile to you about it? Like, why are you bothering me? Like,
one
anything
person,
like that?
one person, and they're actually it was I don't know if it was the daughter. I can't. It was because this happened earlier in one of the first few people that I found, and it's going to be the next person that's going to be uncovered next week. It was how they were related. I'll get to that in a bit. Just remind me because it's kind of funny. I said, okay, well, I got, when you're looking at an obituary, you've got a family history, but if you don't have that, it's really hard to get in contact with them. So I find, I find her on Facebook, and I find some other names, and I use other websites. And the good thing about the website that I use is that it also tells you people that they're related to or associated with. So if I know what the husband's name is, it'll say spouse. And I say, oh, this is that person. And then all the other last names, like these all, even if it's not the person that I'm looking for, I can get into that circle and I can say, hey, I'm doing this. My name is John. I'm working with the producers of Night of the Living Dead, researching extras. I heard that this person's in the film. We'd love to put them on the website, very official kind of stuff. And I start with an email always, because I also have the phone numbers. And I sent out an email, didn't go through, sent another email, didn't go through, sent another person. And then finally I got a response back, and it was something like, oh, yes, my aunt was in the film, but she's not, I don't think she'd be interested in this. And I went, no, this we're honoring her. It's not, we're looking for anything. If she wants to be involved, that's great. And what's really amazing is because of Sharon with that interview, Night of the Living Dead, they clipped the one nice thing that she said, and I posted it. I was like, this is one thing that I did. And, so then she got back to me and said oh, I saw her over the weekend. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. And here are some photos that they took on set. And I was like, whoa, that's amazing, because I've never seen these before.
Awesome.
And and that Jim hasn't seen those photos yet. But now we have good photos of her because she's
and now we're going to show them here on the show, right?
How many people are watching?
We've had about 10 to 15 throughout the night.
I think I'm going to hold them then, because they have to be a special event. But again, it's this to me. It's not that I'm hiding it for myself. Is that all this stuff I'm sure will come out in some form. I was really surprised that they showed the 8mm clips of it, because I was keeping that mum for months. Because again, it was this is something that you can use to make money, because it's for something bigger than me. So I don't want to be the guy that. Otherwise, I'd show it to people if they don't care. I don't mind. I've showed it to Russ. I showed it to Chris, because I was there with it in Massachusetts. If they, but those are the people that are in, which is okay. If they said they don't care, I might be like Larry's thing. I can't give it to people, but I could show it to people. So if they don't care, I'll be more than happy to share all that stuff. But again, it's something that's theirs that they can use to put somewhere, and I don't want to spoil that for whatever reason. Okay, you know what? I'll show you one photo. It's not a completely new photo. So, and this is what ends up happening when you talk to people. So, so I knew Al Pankoff, and I found him very early, and I didn't have to do anything, because I'm like, that's him. This is his information. I'm done, because I found his obituary. I knew what he looked like. I knew everything. And I said, I didn't talk to his son. Let me email his son. And his son was really helpful, because he was friends with a few people that were there in that group. And he also, I was looking for somebody. I'm sorry, actually, there was Colin. There was somebody else. But he gave me the backstory of, oh, this is how they got on set, and these people they went to premiere. I was like, oh, this is so great, because this is
that's kind of interesting.
Now I understand how these people are connected. So once we put him up, on the thing, I sent Kurt an email, and this is something that I wasn't gonna email originally, but this is why you have to email everybody, because I sent him a message to say, hey, Kurt, thanks again for all of your help. I want to show you that we put your father up on the website, and he sent me a message back 15 minutes later, and he goes, or maybe it was an hour later, and he said something like, oh, thank you so much. And by the way, I found all of these slides, and I think you might be interested in them. And I want to do this in a more dramatic way. Hold on. So the slides he sent me, we've seen before. Yeah, we've seen the slides before. I do it like this. But he had the full slides, and he also had 3 others that I've never seen before. So I'll show one of them now. This is a good one because all the other ones are cool, but this one is like the only one that's really like this. So I'm going to share this screen. Yeah, I'll select the window. I think it's this. Okay. And so this came from Kurt Pankhoff. So this photo has been out already. Do you recognize this?
I don't know if I've seen that or not. Let me
in 1990 there was a TV show called Instant Replay, and they did an interview with a bunch of the night people. And one of the people that they interviewed was Bill Birchnall, which was really strange because who would know Bill Birchnall? They did Russo and Carl Hardman and Marilyn and all that stuff. And they showed 5 color photos. The Al Pankhoff one, the one that's where he's wearing the suit, it was one of those photos. It was in color. And, they showed this one. It was like this. So that's all that we had. And those are really helpful because that's what these are really good photos that I could say, hey, I could, show them to people. Is this your uncle? Is this your dad?
Yeah.
But he sent me the full one because this is what they showed in the on the TV. You know what I mean? They just showed this. But you can scroll out a little bit.
Oh, wow.
And now you've got that. And now you have Judith. And you have George.
Wow.
And this is Paula.
Paula Richards?
Yes.
Wow.
Who actually did a bunch of makeup. And what's really good here is that this is the side of the house you never see. I actually had a debate with Daz about this, and I, said, oh, no, you're right. There's this weird thing on the side of the house. But now you can see it's like brick.
Yeah. I was trying to think like where the hell they were at when I was looking at them.
This is technically the front of the house. So where this is the stairway where the corpse is. So when they walk up the steps, there's a wall over there. That was actually the front. So like, do you see my cursor?
Yeah.
The road, the road that the posse go on, like follows this way. Goes that way. So this other opposite side of the house, that's like over here, that's the front porch, and the one over here would be the back porch. So you would think those are the front of the house, but really the front of the house was here with a door. And for whatever reason, it was covered up. And there's a window there. This weird square window is in there. I have no idea what was in there.
It looks like kind of like a dungeon or something. And I was like, how the fuck are they?
But we got this beautiful photo of Judith just
that's amazing.
Yeah, of her on set. And surprising to see George here because all the other photos, obviously, these are like regular photos that people took. But that's the whole frame. So this one I was happy to see, and it's in super high quality too. So
it really is. That's incredible how good that photo looks. I mean, the colors, still pop on that.
And never would have gotten it if I didn't contact Kurt Pankhoff or contact him again, and he went, "Oh, I just found these slides. I thought you might like them."
Oh, shit. Wow.
So you just keep on saying you just never know what's out there until you're actually, looking for it. And that's what happened with the Super 8 film. I was not looking for it. It just appeared, and it makes me think that so many more people were filming stuff.
Yeah.
Taking photos and just kept them. And I'm trying to, I've got the rate.
That's really where a lot, it's good to know this stuff. Like it's good to uncover this stuff and identify certain people and give people props and all that. But a lot of the big thing is like you don't know what people have. You don't know what is sitting around. Like, oh yeah, we have this footage that we shot back in the day that's just been sitting in the attic forever. And you look at it, and all of a sudden, 1,000 new things pop out, and
Yeah.
it goes back to piecing together the story of how these movies were made.
Yes.
It's the closest we'll ever be to being on
Yeah.
set, like you said, and that's it.
And
really,
I'm the beacon that's raking it in just to get it all under one roof. You know, that it's
that's
like
a good
we
way to
have
put
all
it.
this stuff, and I'm just trying to bring it in and archive it. And now that we have it, so the other photos that I have are like camera phone photos of, you know, like I'm trying to get a better scan of it. But like, I didn't know that they existed, and it has a photo of someone that's still unknown. And I'm going, well, if they're in this photo all together, they must all know each other. So I can now try to find maybe who this person is. And that's what it means. The more little information I get, the more I try to pull these different threads. And I always got a lot of irons in the fire. I'm always working with a few names and trying to work with people and stuff like that, and emails and contacting as many people as I can. And a lot of them have been helpful. So like what you were saying before, if I've had anyone that was hostile, I found a person and I sent them a text. And I sent, I guess, the daughter a text, and she went like, "Who is this?" And I said, "Well, my name is John," because I said I had already said my name is John Vullo. I'm working with Image 10, and I saw that your father or whoever was in the film.
Who is?
Yeah, and I showed her the photo, like, you know, came from George's archives with the name and the address on it. And he goes,
Yeah.
"How did you get this number?" I was like, again, I found you online because of and then like 2 hours or 3 hours goes by and I don't hear anything. And I was like, all right. I said, well, if you can, please forward this to anyone that may know. And she goes like, all right. I forgot what she said. And then I got a text from somebody. So she forwarded it to somebody. And then I talked to them and said, oh, yeah, talk to this person. And then that person gave me all the information. And then when talking to them, he, obviously not only was able to help me out, but I said, is there anyone else that you know? He said, oh, yeah, that's this guy. And one that, oh, I was looking for this. I had the wrong person I was contacting. That was like the only time I've been wrong was looking for this one person. Everyone else, I'm pretty much like with Sharon, it's like, this has to be it. If I'm contacting you, there's
you're pretty damn sure.
Yeah, like it's incredibly possible that it could be there because something lines up, whether they were there at the time or they knew somebody that knew, you know what I mean? It wasn't just I'm just talking to random people. So they were able to help me say like, oh, there's this person, here's photos of them, doing all this kind of stuff or whatever. But at first, and even Don Wadsworth, when I first mentioned him, I thought, oh, I'm sorry, it wasn't Don. It was this other person. I was like, I felt like I was antagonizing them. And it turns out I wasn't. It was just how people like, communicate sometime online. Because I tried talking to the person, I didn't get a response, and then I got maybe like a meager response back or something. What are you doing with this information? Well, we're just, I'm not doing anything with it. We're trying to put it online and what. So then I contacted the guy's son.
Trying to steal my identity?
Yeah. And the guy's son was like, oh, he would love to talk about this stuff. And I was like, well, oh, great. Because he didn't seem like
awesome.
it to me.
That's what we want. Yeah.
But, like, he didn't seem like it when I first messaged him. And then
you never know. I mean, sometimes I'm sure. Well, I don't know if it's ever happened to them, but I'm sure they may think you're just some like crazed stalker super fan or something.
Well, again, I sent them the photos of the things.
We all kind of are, but
Yeah, but I said like, but the thing is, I'm not like, it's not just a random text. It's like, my name is John. I'm working for this. I got this photo with that address on it. You know what I mean? It's not just like I try to give them information that, like I got this from something.
You're trying to explain to them how you found them. So that they don't think that you're I get it. Yeah.
This is legit. This came from George Romero's personal archives. It has your address on it. Has your name on it. Is this you? And did you work on the film? And then if you did, let's see if we can find you. And then, oh, that was me. Oh, okay, that's great. So as time goes on, it gets much easier for me to do this. So that's why I don't feel any pressure. I'm completely confident that if someone says that they were in the film and they're not lying, like other people have, I will find them. And that's what I'll know right away if you're lying. There was someone that says that they were in the film, and I contacted them, and I didn't think they were in the film to begin with, but I let them tell me Instead of me leading them, I said, "Oh, I heard you were in the film. How did you get involved?" "Oh, I read an ad." "Okay, well, what did you play? A posse member?" "I was a ghoul." "Okay, you are too young to have played a ghoul for the remaining people that we have left."
I think I've seen that name, that person before. I can't remember the name, but yeah, it's a specific person if I remember. Fuck, I can't think of the name off the top of my head, but I think I know who you're talking about.
Well, was this person in a George Romero film or just a random person?
I remember seeing them post something. Okay, so there was like some kind of scuttlebutt or something in one of the groups on Facebook or something where somebody was claiming to be in, I want to say it was Night, but then I can't remember. This was a while back, but there was like some back and forth between the person saying, "No, I really was in this movie." It may have been you going back and forth with the guy, to be honest with you, if I remember correctly.
Probably me, and I've seen that guy before. The guy's name is Dave James, which is confusing because there's Dave James in the film. And that's another one where, again, I try to give them enough rope to hang themselves. Where, like, what's you? And he said, like, "No, that's me." I said, "Well, that's Chuck Craig. We already know who he is because we've had, you know."
Yeah, he was claiming to be Chuck Craig.
I'll say what's funny is every time somebody identifies themselves incorrectly, it's always Chuck Craig, without any fail. And I go, "No, that's not it."
Why is that?
I don't, and it's always the same photo. It's always that same photo. I don't know why. I've had at least 3 or 4 other people tell me that that's them. Even if they were in the film, I go, no, that's this other person. "Oh yeah, that looks like, you know, that's my dad or whatever." And I know that looks more like them because I've seen other photos of them. But with that guy, you kept saying it was Chuck Craig. It's like, no, that's the newscaster. We found him already. You know, and also you don't know if they're like nutty or whatever, and you try to be nice. And then I basically showed him. I said, "Is this you?" And those were the same photos that were taken that same day. And he said, "No, that's not me." I said, "Well, that's correct because that's Chuck Craig, the same person you're telling that you're pointing out, taking that same day." So, and then I think
now you're telling the truth because it's the same goddamn person.
Yeah, and that's the hilarious. Other person I'm talking about is in other George Romero films, and I try to be very cordial and nice. Maybe he's just misremembering stuff, but that's why I was like, no, they didn't put out an ad in this paper looking for people. And I gave this person the benefit of the doubt because, like, you could see Don Wadsworth was very young. And it turns out that a lot of the younger posse people were actually actors in the Pittsburgh Playhouse at the time. So someone probably said, "Oh, we need people there." And the Pittsburgh Playhouse eventually, like, it was being closed down. And Point Park University sort of took it in and made it an actual graduate program. So a few of those people, like Don Wadsworth, graduated Point Park College with a theater degree. And a couple of the people he graduated with are in the film. So they're very young. So I said, if this person says that they're in the film, if they say they were a posse member, I'll meet him halfway. If he says that he's a zombie, there's no way he's in the film. And he said, "Oh, yeah, I was a ghoul. I think I was on the lawn." I said, "No, because all the unknown people that we have left were not there." So
on the lawn. That's a pretty vague description of what.
Well, I know what he meant.
On the lawn, you know.
It meant like on the front of the house, right? But all the like unknown people that we have left are like in very specific parts. And again, I know what you look like in 1966. You don't look like the only 4 unknown people that we have left. You know, that I verified by talk. It's not like I go, "Well, I think it's that person." I verified by talking to the kids. I talked to, even with this person that I want to put out, I'm 99.9% sure it's him because his daughter had shown me a photo of the invitation that he got for the premiere and says that he has a picture of the farmhouse. And I said, "If you find me that stuff, you find me that picture of the farmhouse." But he's so obscure in the film that there's only one really good shot of him. And that's why I was like, if you say that's him, I'm putting you in. But if you have the invitation to the film, you're probably already there. And he might have known somebody that was working on the film at the time. So it's like, I try to make sure it's as airtight as possible because I would be more than upset or embarrassed if it's like, "Oh, this is that person in the film," and then it turns out it isn't. And that almost happened because there were 2 people that were really similar. Like the one guy that wasn't in the film, I'll say his name, Albert Goldsmith. I was almost completely sure that they were in the film because everything kind of lined up. But my instinct was like, he's just a tad too old, because he was like 59 at the time. He's like, you can only be this one person. And then Judith again came to the rescue and said, oh, it's probably this guy. Oh, okay. And then I found out it was, because I contacted the kids. And of course, I emailed John Russo, because Russ Streiner said I should email John Russo. And I said to Jim, what do I do? Because he told me to email him as a fan. Hi, Mr. Russo. My name is John Vullo. And, I was talking to Russ, and he said that that's this person. And he goes, not him, don't know him. That was literally.
I don't know how much Russo really remembers, but
it's more about what he really cares about, and he was not very nice to me in Massachusetts. But it's not that he's angry at me; it's because I'm sort of I think he resents George getting like a lot of the credit, and like I said, now we have more proof. Do you want me to give you another really good piece of information?
Sure.
All right.
Go for it.
Not a lot of people know this. I don't know how many people actually know this. So it'll be another first. Where is it? Okay, because I have it in specific. It's going to be a photo. This is the thing I'm the most proud of in my entire. I got a lot of really good things on that Alan Holdsworth. I had 450,000 views on this 5.5 hour video that I did, where I went in depth to 40 years of how this person improvises and whatever. And that's all really fun, but this is the thing that I'm the most proud of.
It's rewarding.
Because I didn't ever think I would ever get to be able to do this kind of thing. Okay. All right, I'm going to share the screen.
Okay.
What's good is that I can go specifically to something. Okay. Do you know who these people are?
Helen D. and Harold Allen Banks. I don't.
I don't know if the file name gives it away, but that's George's uncle and aunt.
That's the uncle that bought him.
No, that's Monroe. But Helen D. is Helen Dvorsky, which George's mother's sister. George's mother was Anne Dvorsky, and Harold Allen Banks obviously is her husband. Harold and Helen. That's where the names came from.
Oh, Harry and okay.
So
all right.
It gives you a little bit more of like how much was written into the script, and you know where they lived? You know where Harold worked? In 1940, he worked 2 blocks away from the Pitt Building, which is where on 213 Smith Street, where he's already, and he's actually mentioned in the Zombies at 8 Pittsburgh. He's mentioned as Uncle Harold. He was in Pittsburgh at the time. And I found this because there's a note that was in George's script that's addressed to Harold and Helen. And George writes this little thing about, I received your message and I love you, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, whoa, those are where those names came from.
So is that not the uncle? So when George is referencing like, oh, I had an uncle with a little bit of money, he had a camera, but he didn't know how it worked. When George would tell that story, is that the uncle that he's talking about?
No, that's he wasn't lying about it. That's Monroe Udall, and his wife was Mary Dvorsky, which is also another one. Okay. George's father, I have George's father's immigration records. That was funny. All this stuff is very easy to find online. He came over in like
it's amazing what you can find online.
Yeah. I forgot what year he came over, but like he just came over with no family because it's just him. And he married Anne Dvorsky. And so all of George's like aunt and uncles really came from her side. And they lived in the Bronx. And that's why when I was at the street naming ceremony, I was able to talk to Suzanne and Tina because I overheard her say, what was the place where George lived? And I was able to pop in and say it was 26 Metropolitan Oval. That's awesome. She actually was familiar with some of the stuff that I was doing, which was very flattering. And I talked to Tina for the first time, which was really nice. And we have a lot of the same opinions about people involved in the film. So
okay,
I'll leave it. I'm sure, because this is going to go on YouTube, but the truth will be put out at some point. Not that it's a major revelation, but as we get more stuff, we get more hard evidence from things. People's memories are different. I mean, like, the biggest thing is the copyright problem, because they always get it wrong, and that's not what happened. They always said, oh, we put the copyright bug on the work print, and then when we went to the distributor, they changed the title, and that was that. Right. But I think it was either the Library of Congress, the Supreme Court basically said, like, oh, if you submitted this film and that was done on somebody else's, like, if someone else screwed up, not you guys, well, show us the copy of the work print with the copyright, and we'll reinstate the copyright. And guess what? They found the work print. Guess what? There's no copyright on it. They just never copyrighted it to begin with. So,
wow. So,
well, the work print is on the 4K. Yeah, the work print is on the 4K. It's just it's Night of Anubis. There's no copyright on it.
Who would have been in charge of that?
I don't think they copyrighted it to begin with. I mean, if you really want to dig in deep, maybe it was WRS, because they did the title. They did the title sequence.
Yeah,
but they still would have to put it on there. I don't think any of them did, because they just didn't know. So I don't know where the end.
I find that hard to believe. I mean, I felt like they would have at least known.
It was the embarrassment that they made this film and bungled it up and all these problems. They didn't even bother to copyright. And then somebody who will remain nameless apparently tried to forge a copyright on the work print and submit it, and they almost got into trouble. It's a big trouble, because obviously, like,
Sounds
this is
like a Russoism.
And you spend your whole life trying to make this movie, and you finally do it, and you bungle it up so badly that you don't make any money from it. You're basically going to do anything to get that money back. I don't know where that story came, but from what I've heard, is that's what the library, and which makes sense, because the Library of Congress said, oh, okay, well, if you did something the right way and then the distributor messed it up, obviously that's not your fault. You give us what you copywrote, and then we'll give it to you. And there wasn't any, because they had none to give. Although George always says Flesh Eaters, I don't think there was ever a title sequence that had the name Flesh Eaters on it. I think it was only Anubis. By that time, I believe that the work print was finished in March of '68, where it was already called Night of Anubis. Mm-hmm. That's what they sent over to New York, because obviously they had to find a distributor first to have the name change. And there's someone else that's also trying to take credit that they named it Night of the Living Dead, which is not the case, because it was Continental that changed the name, and they all liked it. So this person is now taking credit for the name of the film, and that's not what happened. And as time goes on, it's harder to prove and disprove these things, because there's no documentation of it. But you can also find other interviews where other people had said, "Yo, that was their title." So again, like, if they changed the name of the title of the film and they copyright the other one, they should have, it wasn't on them. So I don't think it was ever called Flesh Eaters. When they put the work print together that they were going to shop, it was Anubis, and it should have had the copyright bug on it.
Well, so I've always been kind of in the mindset or of the thought that the fact that it didn't have the copyright and it did kind of fall into public domain kind of helped the film become what it became, because you could literally distribute it, display it anywhere, and that's how it kind of became one of the most popular horror films ever made. Like, everybody knows the name Night of the Living Dead because it's been on every shelf and every video store and a billion different reasons.
If you talk to Jim, he'll have a different opinion, because the movie was successful from the beginning. And then in like 1971 is when they started to decide, like, oh, this is like an important film. I think in 1970 they were already showing it at the Museum of Modern Art. I forgot the fancy thing. It was already being regarded as an important film early on. Afterwards, I think towards like the mid 70s, maybe like 74 or something, or maybe even earlier than that. That's when that stuff really sort of spiraled out. But the movie already would have been successful to begin with. I don't disagree that it didn't hurt, but again, this is more of like, this is why I'm not the expert. I just know like specific things. This is the stuff that Jim would really know about because he can cite a bunch of different examples of why he thinks otherwise. Because I had said that too, and he's like, no, because it was already successful in X, Y, and Z, and this and that.
But I just think in terms of like culturally, and the fact that, you know, no, they didn't make a ton of money up front from making this movie because of those issues. But the fact that 50 years later,
and then they went bankrupt.
Well, but 50 years later, they're still making money off of the. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how, in terms of like pop culture, how popular Night of the Living Dead would have been if it had been under the under a restrictive, you know, with the copyright and all that is what I'm saying. I think it did help it in that respect, and even though they didn't make a career, didn't make money off of that movie, they were able to use the title, use their experience working on Night of the Living Dead to open doors to other things. It's like John Russo has continued making movies for decades after Night of the Living Dead, just based on the fact that he was the writer of Night of the Living Dead, you know? And I think the fact that everybody knows Night of the Living Dead kind of helped him in that aspect, as it did for George. I mean, everybody knows, you know.
George had always said, like, he just, you know, in an interview with Cinema Fantastique, what is it?
Cinema Fantastique.
Fantastique, yeah.
It's a mouthful.
Yeah, had always said that, like, well, you know, he got lucky that, you know, people just pointed to him and he was successful, you know, with it, but they didn't look at everyone else. And then there's an article that was done afterwards where Russ and Carl and John, you know, took a little bit more of the credit. And I'm saying, I think the thing was they had a lot of debates and discussions, but I think it was ultimately, it was like, I'll bring it back to wrestling because I can do it very easily. Think of it like Jim Cornette, Vince Russo, Vince McMahon. Okay, that's basically what it is. Yeah. Where George Romero is Vince McMahon and saying like, okay, we got all these ideas. We're gonna go with this. And he had said that some of the hardest things that he had to do was basically be the director and says no, you know, Gary says put the ashtray over here, put this thing over there.
Put the ashtray.
Yeah, but that's like. You know, so it was, and that's why I think after the movie got successful, everyone that collaborated wanted more control of what they should do. And I think, you know, the other people maybe wanted to do more exploitative kind of things. And George was like, no, I want to make more straight films with, you know, it was great for the art. And that's where it's very similar with him and Alan Holdsworth. And I talked to Christine Romero. I drove her back from ChillerCon from New Jersey to Manhattan. So we sat in my car for an hour and a half, and we talked all about these different things. And again, it's like George passed away in June of 2017. Alan passed away in April of 2017. And there's a lot of artistic parallel because Alan was a guy that made very unique music to a very specific amount of people, and basically wasn't a good business person. Jim had always got angry because he's like, he could have, you know, been so much more successful. But he was the type of guy that wanted to do things his way. He got a record deal with Warner Brothers through Eddie Van Halen because he was a big fan. And Ted Templeman, who produced those Van Halen records, said like, okay, well, we'll get this singer, we'll do this. And he's like, no, you're messing with my work. I don't want. And he basically just got cold feet and left and did everything by himself. So he wasn't financially successful, but he was your guitar player's favorite guitar player. Because the people and that's like with George, he wanted to do things sort of his way. He tried to like fit in the system and he couldn't quite make it work. You know, he couldn't do one of those things where it's like, I'll make one of your movies if I can make one of my movies, you know?
Yeah. I just don't think George was a good fit for a studio movie, studio system. Like he was just an outsider. Always. Yeah. It's one of the biggest things I've always looked up to George about is that he always did things his way good, bad, or indifferent. He never took the easy road, and he never gave up. He never.
Yeah.
You look at so many filmmakers nowadays, and you see like their first couple of movies. You're like, holy shit, this guy has a lot of talent. There's a lot of promise here, and then Hollywood grabs him, throws him into a shit situation, and runs him out of town, and you never hear from him again. And George never let that happen. Like, it was always every misstep that George would take, he would just keep forging. He would keep going ahead, keep forging ahead. And so, yeah, I mean, that's definitely one of the big aspects about George I've always respected.
The artist.
Yeah.
Which that's why it's like, I love Dawn of the Dead, because it's, to me, it's not a horror movie. There's horror elements, but it's all these things. And Alan Holdsworth's music, it's like, imagine you took modern classical music like Chopin and, you know, Stravinsky and stuff, and you applied like weird piano chords in like a jazz context, and then you soloed over it, like with a lead guitar kind of sound. It's just this weird blend of these things that don't really go together, but there's nothing like it. And there's so many people that try to copy it, and it's not the same. And
never the same.
And so many like music theory people, because I'm a music theory guy, you know, in the jazz world, they're so like structured 2-5-1. It's got to be all this. How did Alan write? And I went, you're making it so much harder than it is. He's just improvising with the chords. He goes, oh, I like going to this. And I'll give him these examples where like he's taking 2 chords and just moving them here and then moving them here and moving them here. It's like a 2-chord phrase that gets moved up and down. And so you can't. It's very simple, but you also need to have his ear. Because like if I give you 4 chords and I give Alan the same 4 chords, I guarantee you the 5th one is going to be different, because you guys hear things differently, and you can't emulate. You can't be taught how to do that. That's like, you know, internal. That's like the artist thing. And I guess with filmmaking, it's the same thing. Like, oh, we're just, you know, and you know, I didn't know anything about screen directions. Like, well, I guess that stuff can't be that important, because really all that matters is having a strong story. People can ignore all the little mistakes and all the weird stuff if like the artistic intent is there, you know.
Yeah. It's you can be a really good craftsman in terms of like filmmaking and stuff, in terms of, you know, setting up shots, or, you know, lighting a shot, or camera movement, and all this other, you know, shit that you can learn at a school for a few $1,000. But it's hard to, and it goes back to, is reality subjective or objective? I think reality for all of us is subjective, obviously. And it's just those people that we want to live in the world that certain artists live in. We want to experience what they experience. We want to try to understand what world they're living in, what they're seeing. And there's very few of those left anymore, in my opinion. But George was one of those. It's like if you were watching a movie that George made, you could see the world through his eyes for that 90 minutes, 2 hours, whatever it is. But
and it's the same thing like with Alan stuff. Alan started out as like a side guy in the 70s. He played with like some prog bands, and people that like guitar like that stuff better. Once he went out on his own, he did his own kind of weird thing. And that's the stuff that I like, that syntaxe. A lot of people really hate the music that he played on this. But to me, that's quintessentially Alan, because it was like, this is what I want to hear. This is what I want to express myself, you know, without any limitations. It's not for everybody, but the right people, you know, will find it. And that's how I feel like with George, with like his early stuff, you know, that's completely him, you know, with his idea of what he was. It's not just like, oh, I'm going to make more of a traditional like monster movies. Like, no, you want to see George be George. Give me Dawn, give me Night Riders, give me Night, give me Martin.
And that's always been my biggest gripe with like his more studio stuff, like Monkey Shines, Dark Half. Even we talked about Dark Half earlier, but those are like, to me, they don't feel like George. You know, they're not his stories. There's more studio influence in them, where they're making him go back and reshoot things and change endings and all this other shit. And it's like, just give me Martin. Give me a story about an hour and a half about a kid who's wandering around this town, killing people, and everybody hates him. Nobody's nice to him, and everybody abandons him in the end. And it's just like this sad, dreary fucking movie. But God damn it, it's George. At the end of the day, like there's
his
a
views on
story,
religion and tradition and all that.
It's all there, But I could do this all night. We've been going for almost 4 hours.
Come on, keep going. What did anyone have any questions?
We had a few questions. We've been going here. Synth wanted to know what was the longest time you'd spent to find a Nightcast member.
Before, trying to think. If someone that was already known, it was actually John Simpson. I was trying to find out, because it first started by trying to fill out the gaps in, we know that John Simpson's in the film, but we don't know when he was born or when he had passed away or anything like that. So trying to find John Simpson. But once I've got my stuff together, it would probably be Sharon, actually, if I'm really thinking about it, because I started and I would always go back to it a little bit. Because I had a name, but I didn't. She was hard to find because she was all over the place. She had different names, different parts of the country and stuff like that. But with everyone else, it's usually pretty easy because I have a name that's correct already, and I can with that list, I had addresses and stuff, so I can I know that this person is in the film and this is their address, so it's not that hard to find them. But Sharon at least was a couple of months, and it's funny because, as I said in my story, that email that I sent, I think I sent to her daughter. So I actually found the right person in the beginning, but sent the email to our daughter that didn't use that email address. So I found her right from the beginning, but I didn't know, and I just went to a different path. So and it's stuff because I go through I'm going to look at this guy, then I'm going to look at that guy. Actually, I'll take it back, trying to verify Jack Gibbons' wife, because I tried to contact Jack, his wife, his 3 sons, his ex-wife, the 4 kids of the ex-wife, text messages, emails, not got one response back, not even a "this isn't me" or F off or anything like that.
Leave me alone.
Yeah, nothing. And that's the worst. I'd rather get "this isn't me" or
at least some kind of confirmation, or even if it is it's me, but I'm not interested, thanks, fuck off.
So I'm still working on this one person that I don't even know is in the film. I just literally need to say, "Is this you in the movie?" No. Okay, thank you. It's 2-second conversation.
Yeah.
Months.
See, Paul stopped in a little earlier. Hey, fellas, just popping in and say hi. Happy birthday, Alpha Romero. Thank you very much, sir. Hope it's been a good one. It has been a good one.
Got to bore you for 4 hours.
This is. I love doing this. I love hearing about this. I've learned so much tonight.
Oh, that's good.
I have learned so much tonight. I've loved it. Here's a good Ed Schrader saying John needs a zombie Robert Stack narrating his adventures in latent images, unsolved mysteries.
A lot of people have said stuff like, I have a documentary and stuff. And I said, that would be cool.
You do. You got dude, I think you got a book on your hands or something. Just something.
That's when it first started, because I was telling Jim, we should do a book and have all this kind of stuff. And then, but I don't know if there's going to be a new release or anything. If there is, I wouldn't be surprised if I have some hand in it for something. But I just don't know how much meat there is on the bone. I expect someone like you would find it interesting, but not for the average bear. I'd have to actually condense it and make something more linear.
Yeah. So here's a question I wanted to know. I guess this is a good way to end it here. Okay. Didn't a famous Romero actor claim to be in Night in the background? Forgot the name. Richard France, I think. Have you discovered Richard France yet? That's all I want to know.
I can't tell you yes or no.
You son of a bitch! Just come on, just let me know.
That spoils it. No, I can't tell you.
Blink twice if for yes. Come on, blink, you bastard. Blink, you bastard.
Again, that's part of the surprise, is putting it all together. I have a list. I have the list in a specific order, because also, and that's the thing, is when I got that list, I think that list was used to write out checks for the actors. So sometimes if I find somebody and they tell me how much they got paid, and they know the amount, that's a big clue because they paid everybody. And some of the people that are on that list are like, you can see them well in the movie. And then some of them are really obscure. So I'm like, how is this guy's name not in the film? This guy's name is on this list, but this other person that was there that same day, their name is not on that list. So there might be a part 2 or a part 3 to that list, but I think it was something that Vince Urbanski wrote to like pay these people because they have, the checks that we have. LMA's check, we have Phil Smith's check, so they got paid in July of '69, and also a bunch of them came to the premiere, so they had to be mailed something a year later. So those records exist somewhere. So I actually I just remember this now. Jim said he wants me to be the Image 10 archivist. And I said, yeah, because I said, Vince Urbanski was so fastidious with all of this kind of stuff. Where are all his records? And I contacted Laura Parker, who I think is his niece, who's Regis' daughter, and said that, we gave them all to Russ, but I think Gary has them all. And Jim said, yeah, you should just go through them and like just look at everything. And I said, I'm sure that I could probably find something that was like really important in there that never would have figured otherwise. And that's part of my little John Russo story, how he got the little snippy with me. Do you want me to tell you that?
Sure. I'll tell you what, we'll end on a snippy John Russo story.
Okay. So, again, this is the difference between, like, I did the Alan Holdsworth stuff for passion. I wanted to learn. I wanted to know how he thinks of the guitar, and then I let everybody know. And they think I do a good job, as like how I met Jim, because Jim was also a guitar teacher and said, I like your videos because even though he's very intimidating, you don't gatekeep him. You say, well, you can do this and you can change it this way. So he was already like, he appreciated the welcoming kind of aspect of like, no, in order to bring out his music more, I got to let people not be intimidated to play it. I'm passionate about Alan's music and letting other people, get to it. And I'm passionate about George Romero and Night Living Dead. And I want to learn more and I want to tell you everything. I can't with Image 10, again, they might not even care. They might say, okay. Like I said, with the Super 8, they told me 2 days before Sharon was on, I texted Jim about something. He goes, oh, we're talking to Sharon. You want to come on? Yeah, okay. We're going to show some. I was like, oh, you're going to tell people that this exists. I would have sat on it until like, here's a new release, and now this is on there,
Yeah.
But I'm more cautious than they are about,
I don't want to step on too many toes. Yeah.
Otherwise, I'd love to just share everything, and it will all come out. So. And I was telling Kyra, like, this is like a passion. Like I said, like, this is what I enjoy, trying to figure out this puzzle, because there's no, it's with Alan. If someone did all that work for me, I don't think I would have learned it as well. But since I had to go through it, I learned it better. I got a deeper understanding of it. So with Night, there's no call sheets or anything. It's just looking at all this stuff and knowing what's out there. And I have to see all of it. I have to read all the interviews and I have to look at all the papers because I have to be able to cross-reference and know that this is the. So, in Massachusetts, the cast went to go do a Q&A thing, and they were coming back, and I wasn't at the Q&A. I was just hanging at the table, and Stravakis was there, and I tell him about the color photo, and I was, saying, hey, I think I know the date of that photo, and it's this day, which is actually his birthday. And I tell him why. I said, well, we also have like Marilyn Eastman's release form that's signed by her. I think it might be in the what the hell is it? The scrapbook. I think she has a copy of it somewhere, but I've seen it. And I've seen Dwayne Jones's. There's a reproduction of that one, and it has dates on it. And that gives me, like, okay, well, if this was done that day, So he's, Chris is everyone's friend, and he's sitting next to John Russo, and he goes, and I tell him, well, we have those release forms. He goes, oh, I said, oh, that's what I said. I said, I would love to know where the rest of those release forms are, And he goes, oh, I know who would know where those are. Jack, where are those release forms? And he goes, who wants to know? And I was like, all right, because I had already talked to John briefly because I was talking to something about Russ. And he goes, John, come over here. Do you know John Vullo? We're both sort of pretending like we don't know each other. oh, because your last name was like Vullich, and I've probably seen you post on stuff like that. And I mean, like I said, oh, I emailed you about this guy, and he gave me the very terse, not him, don't know him. And it turned out it was him after I talked to the kids. But and he's already kind of like, who wants to know this kind of stuff? And just it's odd. But again, it's because I'm with Jim. He doesn't hate me. I didn't do anything wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not part of Image 10, so he doesn't have anything anymore. And
well, didn't he sell his stake in Image 10 or whatever?
Yeah, he doesn't have. He sold the rights to the novelization. He sold the film book rights, and he's out of Image 10. So and Jim said that they took everything from him. So it's like, all right, if you were there, then I know that like there's nothing that's in there that was like, oh, if we only had these kind of things. So that's what happens when I was talking to Chris, and John goes, well, who wants to know? All right. I was like, well, it's kind of fun because I like trying to figure this kind of stuff out, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, Image 10 probably has all that stuff, but I don't even like being asked about that. Well, I didn't ask you, Chris asked you, I didn't bother to talk to him. I was talking to Chris about this, and he, because they rode together and everything. And then John goes, well, I can't remember what he said, but it was like, what I think, just like get a life, with that kind of stuff. I went, thanks, John. And for like 5 seconds, I got really angry that it was like all going to come out. But then the better of me came out because I was like, this is an 80-year-old guy. And the night before, we were at the VIP thing, and he's drinking, he's having a good time or whatever, and I'm saying, well, maybe we get like the wrong opinion of him because he's like in a good mood and he's dancing and having fun, but like when you talk to him about the night stuff, he's just like maybe he's just miserable, being part of the movie or whatever, or he's taking more credit for who knows whatever. But so this is like an older guy. He contributed to the film. I don't know how much. We have an idea how much. But like, I'm not gonna yell at this guy, and a lot of the problems he sort of caused himself. Some of the reason why, Jim helped take over was because they were unhappy with some of the direction, and they tried to get Jim involved and basically said like the Richies, because they have Rudy Ritchie, Richard Ritchie, Mark Ritchie, even they have like a ton of shares in Image 10. They can just outvote you to put Jim in. And since then, it's been very successful. And I said, it's weird because you would think that you would maybe tuck your tail between your legs and say, like, I was wrong. You guys, were right. And I'll, even for your own selfish reasons, just to be like a part of that whole thing. But I was talking to Kyra and about like, this is like a passion. Like, this is what I enjoy. And it's funny because then I'm reading, an interview. I'm watching the things like, when George was in a movie, he was really into a movie and he dressed up of Cyril the Bergerac, and I'm going, what am I doing that's that much different?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
we're just into the same movie. I want to learn about it. What's so offensive about that? But
I don't think it has anything to do with you as opposed to who you're associated with, I guess.
Yes, and that's why like I relax, and I'll be very nice if I see him at Living Dead Weekend. And the thing is, like, they know to coordinate the guests, whereas these events didn't. So that's why. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had any error. And I, like I said, don't have any ill will towards him or anything. But it was like that's why I got really angry. And it's like, well, no, what am I going to get angry about? And this is a passion thing that I enjoy, that I'm sharing with people, and I meet people like Sharon Carroll that we're friends with now. And I found the Color Super 8 film that now you guys could watch and enjoy. And I'm finding random members and saying, oh, this is your uncle. We're going to put him on the Image 10 website. Oh, we'd love to share that with the family, and thank you. And it's like it's more than just also being geeky about the film. I'm also like.
You're contributing. You're like I said, you're keeping a legacy going. You're making it look, it's Night of the Living Dead. We've all seen it 1,000 times. Like, it's a 56-year-old movie at this point, or however old it is now.
Yeah.
Like, to continue to discover new things about it and to keep people like me excited and engaged in, oh, what else is there? Like, oh, there's more to find out about this stuff. Like that's invaluable to me and people that I know, like Will and Matt, Paul, Larry.
And that's what's great, because I do it for myself, but I know that you guys appreciate it. It's the same thing with the Alan Holdsworth stuff. I did it for myself to learn, and I shared it with people, and they really appreciate it. So what ends up happening is I just say, well, I'll just do more of this because they're enjoying it and they're learning and they're appreciating and they're understanding how this stuff is put together and written. You know, it's I enjoy getting the credit, but I'm not one where it's like I need to monetize this or do whatever. I enjoy finding it, but I also enjoy sharing it. I guess maybe it's part of being a teacher. I love teaching the advanced theory stuff to people where the light bulb starts to go off, you know. Oh, I kind of get it. It's the same thing with this, but it's deeper because now there's like more relationships involved. You know, like I always said, I never was able to meet George, but if I did, I would thank him for all the friends that I made. I'm watching Sharon Carroll, you know, I'm watching the film in February, you know, going, she's in there somewhere, and then knowing that 3 months later, I'm now friends with this woman. You know what I mean? Like, how could that have happened? And I get to bring her to other people that also appreciate her, and that's what I also wanted to get back. That with going to Living Dead weekend, it always depresses me to watch older ones, because I could have been a part of it. I've been a fan of this stuff for so long, but I didn't do it for so long because I thought it was just autographs and whatever. I didn't understand that the real deeper family kind of setting there is. So I always tell people, you got to go because you just don't understand. And trust me, I've sat at these people's tables. They will never like say, oh, that person, you know, I just want to see if I can get their money. They're just, they will talk to you about anything. They really enjoy it. They're mostly just regular people. And that kind of bond is, you can't really, it's something about these George films. I don't know, like you said, like there's not anything else that's quite like it. So I'm more than happy to bring these people into the fold and finding new people, even extraneous kind of people, to just say, like, you know, we care about your relative, even though you didn't think it might have been a big. And that's why, like, I've met so many people that were just like, oh, I didn't think my father didn't think it was a big deal. Well, but believe it or not, it's a big deal to us, you know. And that's why that
well, they always said like
perfect.
Well, they always said like George's films were a family atmosphere. Everybody, it was, there was no Hollywood bullshit. There was everything in Pittsburgh, same crew. Like let's get it done. It was just a family atmosphere on the set. So it only makes sense that years down the road, that the people that love these movies and adore these movies, and the people that help make these movies and this art, have that same mindset. That's what I love about Living Dead Weekend, is that George would have loved it. It's literally, it's a family atmosphere. It's a gathering of people working together for not to get rich or not to get big and become the next big thing. It's literally a yearly celebration. It's
not just the people there. Like I remember bringing Christine Romero to the 45th anniversary one for Night. And Molly McCloskey seeing her and almost crying because he hasn't seen her in so long. And it's just like, wow, what a nice, sweet like moment that these two haven't seen each other in so long, that she was that happy. You know, so it's not just the people there, it's also the actors, and, you know, having you know, Laurie and Terry, they're all having a good time, and they have relationships with other people. You know, even some of the people that I found, you know, they were like, oh, yeah, he knew Lenny Lees and all this kind of stuff. Like they all have interweaving, you know, relationships with people that they don't often see. When you go there, you cannot experience it, and it's a big regret that I have. But also part of that regret is what like fuels me to be like, I have to keep on chipping away at it. You know what I mean? It's like my penance in a way. It's like, this is what you get for never being able to meet George. This is how I make up for it. Trying to like put as much stuff as I can out there in his honor and for everyone else's you know, pleasure, I guess, and bringing more, like I said, more people. And actually, the person that I'm trying to find right now, I've talked to their daughter, and she showed me photos, and she was at Living Dead Weekend, and I was like, why did you not go to anybody and tell us this? You know what I mean?
Well, that's, you know, it's like, how do you say that? Like, how do you, like, who do you guys, like the same, like
my father was in the film. What? Okay, great. You know, tell us. So, but that's what I mean. It's like, and I was telling her about that, you know, like, I didn't know until you're there, you know, that fun family atmosphere of just it's really hard to describe unless you go to one. And as I'm always telling people, don't be like me. Don't wait 20, 30, you're never going to meet David Engie. And I watch all these videos where he's cracking jokes. I was like, he's just someone that just seems like a really funny guy that I would have liked to have been around. It's just, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I regret never getting to meet David. That's probably the one big one. Him and Joe Pilato. Never met Joe either. Gary Clark. I mean, there's so many, but it's like you said, it's like I just bullshitted for so long and just said, they're going to be at a convention at somewhere down the line, and then one day they're not.
I didn't even know that. I never went to conventions, or I didn't even know that was like a thing that people did. I saw the 2003 documentary, not the 2003 ball tour from the box set, and I was like, wow, that's so cool. Without like, hey, how did they get? Because I didn't go to Homepage of the Dead or anything. Actually, the funny thing is, once I realized who Jim was, I realized I got Autopsy of the Dead and some other stuff from him without knowing him, because I was probably lurking on Homepage of the Dead for something and said, oh, this guy did this like documentary for all this geeky Night of the Living Dead stuff. I got to buy it. And then once I got it, I was like, I have all your stuff, so, but that's how out of the loop I was. I wasn't on those forums to even know, oh, the Night of the Living Dead people are going to be, and usually when they did, they never came to Long Island or New York City anyway. It's not a very, it's mostly in New Jersey, but still, like, it never hit me. But then I go there and I see like a photo that Daz put up, and it's Russ and Suze and Kevin Smith and Derek Reed and him, and these are all people that I know. And then George, and he's not there. And I'm just like, this was taken in 2014. I know where I was. You know what I mean? That I know.
You look back, you're like, I was like, what was I doing at that time? I was doing absolutely nothing at the time. Like, what the fuck was going on?
Yeah, I could have.
That's how I feel like back.
Yeah, I could have been there for all of it. I didn't just watch this movie 2 days ago. It's been 30 years now about where I've consistently have loved this movie. And I've told that to be like, I've been sick of guitar plenty of times. I've never been sick of this film. It'll never get to the point where I'll just be like, I can really talk about this thing again? Because then I'll go see Jim, let's say in 2 weeks, and I'll have another 6-hour conversation with him about it. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah, I do this weekly. I know. I'm just weekly, and I'm do it. Yeah. And I'm thankful for that. And I'm thankful for all you guys in the chat watching as well. Well, man, I appreciate it. Like, we've been going over for it. Larry just popped into the chat. Wow, is this really 4 hours long? Pretty cool. Yes, sir.
Wow.
Learned a lot tonight. Yeah. Well, Larry's in Pittsburgh. Larry's gonna be in Pittsburgh next few days. So
what's he in Pittsburgh for? I did not see that.
Just taking a trip with his apparently it was his wife's idea. So
I know they want to move out there. Are they house scouting?
Possibly. But yeah, I told Larry, I was like, well, that's some pretty damn good brainwashing you've done on Margaret
he
there.
So yeah. Unless Larry wants to ask me something, I don't know what, but there's a lot of information.
Yeah, a lot to catch up on, Larry. If you're just now joining, but
I don't know what other questions you got. You could just say, "Oh, we already talked about that."
Yeah, really.
I think I know I know what he's gonna say. Just as a joke. Curious.
Saying thanks, cool show. John was a great guest, lots of knowledge and cool trivia. Yeah, man, I loved it. Larry said he'll catch up in a few days.
Okay, yeah, the thing is, it sucks. I still have plenty more.
Oh, you can come back on anytime, man.
Like I'm saying, I think Larry knows this, that Nancy was actually George's second wife, not his first wife.
I remember hearing something about that, but not too much.
Yeah, and her address is the one that's listed. That's in the latent image, I guess, incorporated paper things. It was in the newspaper. So learning about her and talking to her, and actually she is mentioned in the Harry and Harold letter, but you wouldn't know unless you actually knew her name. And it seemed like George didn't finish that letter either. It was like he wrote half of it and then left it. Yeah. Larry says that he heard it. He couldn't confirm it. I found it again in the news in the white pages, because I was looking for Romero, and then there was another Romero listed. I went, what? And then I just did a little bit more digging. But yeah, they called her Jean. So she's the one that's listed. Yeah, and it was very, very short. From what I could tell, it was I don't know why George went through it, but apparently he just didn't want to go through it. And she had passed away, I think, in either 2015 or 2005. She would have been another one I would have liked to talk to because, someone that's just really off the beaten path that was there from the beginning.
Well, that's what I was asking about Nancy is like, I would love to hear some of her recollections from that time. Because like you said, that's kind of a lost period there that you don't hear a lot about.
She passed away. I mean, we have her son, George. Well, that's why, like, trying to find extraneous people around. That's why, like, when I find an ad for like latent image, who is this person? Because then I'll just try to find them and like, what do they know? And it usually turns out to be like just someone that they added to pad it out but I'm just trying to find any names is all I'm looking for. That's why Rush, just give me like 1,000 names. I'm looking at people that work for Levere, like Mike Maracino worked for Levere, Roger Ryan, and trying to find them and what do they know? And you just never. I'm just always trying to increase the circle. New names are going to increase the circle. And like I said, finding them is easy. That's not too hard for me now. Just contacting them and trying to
getting a hold of them.
Yeah, and that's what's frustrating because it's like they're right there. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could just cold call them, but I've never done that, and I don't want to really have to do that.
I hate doing that. I think me and Larry talked about that on a stream one time of just about like we just hate calling people. Like it's just like I don't want to do it.
I mean, I would do it if I had to, but I'm gonna like a text message is hard because I really I feel there's like certain levels of intimacy for like contacting some random person. It's like, oh, I'm just gonna email them. That's very sterile. Then a text message is a little bit more intrusive. And then a call is just like, why are you talking to me? You know what I mean? So it has to be really important.
Why are you bothering me? I'm busy. Couldn't you just text me? Edger saying, great show, guys. I research music footage, so I get the dedication. Awesome. Thanks for hanging out tonight, man. And I'll definitely kind of discuss expostulations and kind of go over your experience and your thoughts on what you saw. Like I said, Thursday night I'll be doing Halloween night. Late night Halloween night. I'm going to be doing a Day of the Dead full frame open mat watch along. I'll put the link to that video in the description if you guys want to watch along. We're going to do that Thursday night on Halloween. And then, like I said, that following Saturday, I'll be doing the Subjective Perspective Collective channel. Their buddy Dirk. We're going to be talking 3 Euro zombie films, Living Dead at Manchester Morgue, Zombie 3, and 28 Days Later. So, not a 28 Days Later fan there, John?
I told you I hate it. Running zombie nonsense. Are they called infected in the film? If they're infected,
they're just infected in the movie.
Yeah, they just ruined the. Everyone just went with that direction. Okay, we're gonna go here now because it's popular.
Yeah, but I mean, it was kind of the first. I think most zombie movies after 28 Days Later, pretty much ripping it off.
Oh, absolutely. Like Dawn of the Dead.
Yeah, the Dawn remake is literally just a 20 Days Later remake.
Oh, we'll put the 28 Days Later inside of and Richard Rubenstein's. Oh, zombies in a mall. It's Dawn of the Dead. Yes.
Zombies in a mall. That's a great idea.
I actually found out where he grew up on Long Island. I think he grew in Great Neck, Richard.
Oh, really?
Donald. Yeah. I'm going to drive by their house because that's where Donald wrote, I'd rather be a wanderer.
sitting on the stoop. Yeah. That's pretty cool. Bonnie, thanks a lot for hanging out with us tonight. You've been Bonnie's been here all 4 hours. Bonnie's the shit. I love Bonnie. Interesting talk. Learned some things. Thank you. I think we all learned some good stuff tonight. Since the question for John, was George always into library music, or did he stumble into it, maybe based on watching old movies and becoming a fan?
I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that he was just a fan of it from those older films. When I was driving Christine that time, I really wanted to ask her what type of music George listened to because
I've always wanted to know that too.
Because some of the things that he cut in Dawn of the Dead, like harmonically fit, like going from here to there, they sound like it could be one piece of music. And I always felt that if George, or actually, like, did George ever play an instrument? Did he play piano or guitar? Like, because I feel like he had the ear. If he really, wanted to do it, he could.
Oh yeah.
And as far as I know, she told me that he didn't, but he liked like classical and jazz and soundtrack music. So I think he liked more instrumental music, where how I like it too, where the music tells me what to feel, not the lyrics. So you get that with library music, because library music is like, okay, you need something unsettling. That's why I love the chickens, wire, and hens nest, the wolf stuff, because it's like so bizarre and unsettling. And then you have the like big band bravado of world power, and that's what I love. So, and that's what I love so much about Dawn compared to like Night. Is Night, all the music is like eerie and scary. Dawn's is everywhere. You've got like marching band music, you got African music, you got jazz, you've got all these different styles and different things of music, and it's really beautiful that it's all together. So that's one of the big reasons why.
He's masterful at cutting music. I always go back to the opening of the theatrical cut of Dawn, just the way he blended like 5 different tracks into one, into making this one big thing, and it was just.
And Russ had said that they had a piano at Leighton, and sometimes he'd catch George like working out something. And I know humming stuff to John Harrison, and again, I don't like the the day soundtrack, but I don't think it's bad. It's just not what I never liked the Caribbean kind of vibe. Period.
I've heard that from a lot of people, yeah.
I'm sure if it had different music, I'd enjoy it more, but I don't think John Harrison like did a bad job. He did the job that George told him to do. I think maybe some of the sound samples aren't that great, but that's just a product of its time. But George had the hand in like, I want this kind of melody, I want this kind of thing, and John kind of ran with it.
Braddock.
Yeah.
What we say? We drink your time. Braddock. Get shit faced, Larry.
Oh, I wanted to say to Larry about the Facebook messages. The only thing that sucks about the Facebook messages is that they don't always get a notification. So there's like one guy that I'm looking for that I think might have been a posse member that I sent the Facebook message to, and it actually, when I messaged Sharon, I sent Sharon a Facebook message, and then I think I actually commented on one of her photos to say like, I sent you a message if you want to look, and that never happened. So like Facebook messages, it sucks because you're like right there, but it gets put in like a spam folder that they never get a notification that somebody messaged them. So unless you friend them. So I have to take even like I said, Thomas Ashwell and his like kids. I found his daughters on Facebook, but I can't contact. I sent them a message to say like, we put your father up on the website. Here you go. Yeah. But no, you could tell if they saw it or not. They didn't. And then I would like send a text message a few days later saying, hey, I sent this to you. Facebook, I figured you'd want to have it, and I didn't get a response. And again, I don't know if that means they got it and they didn't care. I don't see why they wouldn't care, because they don't. You can sometimes tell by the way that someone's Facebook profile is if they're very engaging or not. They seem very engaging.
Active, yeah.
And there's one guy that might have the key to 5 names of people that I'm looking for that doesn't look very active. He sent me an email. I emailed him back like 6 times in a month and a half without a response back. And then I look at his profile. I was like, I don't know. He just looks like the type of guy that like, the lights are on, but no one's home. Which is frustrating because like he could have 5 names that I really need, and I don't know if I can get them anywhere else. That's gonna. Also, the other tier is like if I can name every significant person in the film, and there's like, I would say two posse members, 3 posse members that are very upfront that I don't know their name, and that annoys me because I think they all know each other. So if I get one, I got them all, and I think this guy was the son of one of them, and I just can't get in contact with him. Just get me.
Well, don't give up, man.
No,
keep forging ahead. You could do it.
Sometimes I have to be patient. They'll respond back like a month later. Actually, that's what happened with one of the guys I was looking for. I thought they didn't like. I sent them a bunch of messages and never heard from them. Then like a month later, I was like, "Oh yeah, I just got your message." And Okay, and then they actually were really extremely helpful. But I was like, am I bothering them? Is this going anywhere? You know, to me, after 3 days, if after I send an email, you don't respond back, it didn't go anywhere. You know.
Yeah, you got to walk a tight line sometimes. You don't want to be overly aggressive. You want to be overly,
That's why I like Gmail. It'll say, like, it gives you a little nudge, like, hey, you know, do you want to send another message to this person? So, like, it's been 6 days. All right.
Kind of remind you,
hey, you know, just want to check up on the email I sent. You know, just a little push.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate it. I am fucking beat. I have to take a piss and I need a cigarette. But I appreciate it, man. This has been awesome. Like I said, open invitation anytime you want to come back on. Okay. But yeah, everybody watching live or in the future, hit the thumbs up.
Sticking around.
Yeah, man. If you're still here, you're a true Romero fan. Sticking around.
If you're still here, comment Braddock.
Yes, Braddock, all the way. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit the notifications bell, never miss a live stream or a video or whatever the hell I'm up to. Like I said, I'll be back Thursday night for Halloween, a Halloween night special, a live watch along of Day of the Dead, the open mat, full frame version. Link will be down in the description so everybody can watch along and see this crazy new shit that's in this movie that we've never seen before. So I can't wait to do it. It's going to be fun. But John, thanks a lot, man. Like I said, anytime you want to come back on, this has been a lot of fun. This has been a hell of a way to end a birthday. I'll tell you that. I for a super nerd like me, this has been everything.
I'm glad my present didn't cost me much. It cost me a lot of time, but I can give you all the.
It cost you 4.5 hours of your life, and I appreciate it.
But it's stuff that I love talking about and educating people, and also, I like Tom Dubinsky said, like sort of helping to set the record straight. And I would like to do more. I'm just kind of handcuffed a bit.
Yeah.
So, we'll wait. Maybe, you know, by this time next year, we'll see how different things are. So,
see you guys. Y'all have a good rest of the night. Great rest of the week. And as always, stay safe. Trick-or-treating this Thursday. Stay safe. Stay vigilant. Stay cool. But
stay hungry.
Stay hungry. Stay hungry. But always stay scared.